Welcome back to the SimZone, everyone. We're here for round 2 of the GT3 Championship here on the PlayStation platform, and currently got 17 drivers here in Division 3 on the grid at the moment. I believe we are missing one, so we are expected to have 18, so let's hope they can join, but a few reserve drivers here tonight as well. We've got a few new faces here, a lot of new faces actually. Simo, a new driver here to the SimZone. This will be his first race here at Suzuka. We've also got Sevais, which is a new driver. He is a reserve tonight, so won't be able to qualify. Windsor, likewise a reserve. 10 TFS, also a new driver here to the SimZone. Good to see Yaroslav back as well, driving from the Ukraine, obviously running the Ukraine colours there on his car. Cord, a new driver as well, so lots of new drivers here, and Dennis as well, here running the AMG number 4 here at Suzuka. AMG, a very strong car at this track, so we do expect it to see the top, but last time out at Hungaroring we saw in Division 3 we saw Joel Racing 94 taking the win. Quite a considerable lead he had over W in P2, who unfortunately isn't here today, and Muzzy last round finishing in P3, so still quite close at the top, obviously with it being the first round. We're now into round 2 here, but there is a drop round in this championship. Now if you're not aware of what a drop round is, at the end of the season you drop your worst score, your worst finishing position. So only 7 rounds count towards the championship fight. So it really just gives a bit more fairness to those drivers that aren't able to attend a round or 2 and it keeps the championship fight going here. But no one able to set a qualifying time just yet. We've got quite a few more drivers into the pits now. So Edris back into the pits. So not much time to set a lap here. Just 5.5 minutes left. The next driver crossing the line, who is on a valid lap. I believe it's the no, that's Yaroslav coming up towards 130R. Is Muzzy coming up towards the line? It's coming through the final corner now. Got a few more cars just up ahead. Can't quite tell who that is, but let's see what time it's going to be. That's Joe Racing 94 doing a 204 flat there. Envious Titan crosses the line 7.8 tenths off. Muzzy not able to get in the lap then, so it must have been invalidated that last lap. But Simo putting a 202.9 in, taking the provisional pole here in Division 3. A very strong time there from Simo. And on his debut race here, or his debut qualifying session even, puts it on provisional pole. Yaroslav in P2, just 9 tenths behind. But track is only fast here at Suzuka, so grip is limited. Although the track is quite warm, we do have quite a bit of overcast here, so lots of clouds in the sky, and we may see the track go to optimum towards the end of the race, which will benefit the drivers, but I think for the majority it's going to be fast. Now coming up towards the line, not really anyone that close just yet. The number 90 car of 10 TFS is coming through smooth now, down towards 130R. Now, we will have driver of the day voting available. It'll be up after this qualifying session, so make sure to keep an eye out for the link, which will be posted in the comments automatically by our friend Nightbot. And I know we have someone in the comments, Jan, who is watching. Be aware of Nightbot, Jan. We know Nightbot doesn't like you very much. But here we go. 10 TFS coming across the line. What's it going to be? There we go. Put it into P2. Just 5 tenths off. So a very good lap time there from 10 TFS, and there's definitely more in it. But Joel Racing 94 puts it into P2 there, just displacing 10 TFS, bumping him down into P3. And Joel Racing 94 only shy of 2 tenths there from Simo's provisional pole time. No one has been able to take that provisional pole from Simo just yet. We've still got quite a few drivers not able to set a time here, and time is running out in this qualifying session. So Akril, Cord, Edris, Joe Racing 62 and Muzzy all not able to set a time yet. But we've got the number 2, the 222 car coming across the line. That is Akril. Is he going to be able to put in a time? Yes, he is. Puts it into P6. So a good time there from Akril. That's, I believe, a 204.1. Now where is Ed? Just exited the hairpin not long ago. So the next car coming across the line, I believe it will be Edris, who are watching at the moment. Let's double check if he is on a valid lap here. He's got 10 TFS behind him. Yes, Edris is on a lap, coming through 130 on now. Has he kept it together? Yes, he has. The Porsche, not the quickest on the straights, but it is quite quick at Suzuka. Definitely with this BOP we have here. And coming through the final corner now, will Edris be able to put in a time? I believe he's still on a valid lap, so it is going to be a time. It's just a matter of where it's going to be on the grid. And he crosses the line now. There we go, puts it into P10. But 10 TFS now puts it into P2. Very, very close at the top here between the top three. All within 2 tenths of each other. But I say that, Joe Racing there just crosses the line and puts it on provisional pole, a 202.8. Just 0.08 quicker than Simo in P2. So a very good lap time once again from Joe Racing 94. This is going to help extend his championship lead, or put him in a good position to extend his lead here. But obviously qualifying is a completely different aspect to the race. Qualifying is just about one lap wonders, and the race is about consistency. But still, 30 seconds left of this qualifying session. Anyone who does cross the line after this timer hits 0 will have their qualifying session over. So the 286 car of Muzzy still not able to set a time yet. Will he be able to get over the line in time to set another lap? Muzzy currently, as we said, sitting in third in the championship at the moment, but if he's not able to get a lap in, he's going to struggle, and I don't actually think he's going to cross the line in time. So that's his qualifying session over. He hasn't been able to set a time then, and I don't think he's going to be happy with that at all. And he's going to return it to the pits, toward also into the pits. So that's his qualifying session over. Jar Racing 62 still on the lap. We've got the number 447 car. Is there a number 447 car? No, there's not. It's the 407 car. Edris coming through 130 on now, down towards the final chicane. Very easy to outbrake yourself here, or even brake too early. But Porsche not taking much of the curbs on the inside. Now coming through the final corner. Is it going to be an improvement for Edris? Takes a very tight line here, trying to get the shortest distance to the start-finish line, and there we go, crosses the line, puts it into P9. I believe that's Jar Racing 94 in the background. Yes, it is. And is it going to be an improvement? Crosses the line with no improvement there. Where is Simo? Coming through 130 on now. But the next car across the line will be Jar Racing 62. And I think he's aborted his lap there, so into the pits. And likewise, the Bentley behind. I believe that's Cord into the pits as well. So where is Jar Racing? No, there is the Ferrari of Acril. Slightly late on the brakes there through the chicane. Might have compromised his run coming through the final corner. But Simo, that's who we were looking for, puts it back on pole position at 2:02.577. And I don't think anyone's going to be able to beat that, no. So there we go. Simo taking pole position at the last second there on a 2:02.5. Jar Racing in P2, 2.5 tenths back. 10 TFS in P3, and that's your top 3 there for this qualifying session. Make sure to stay tuned. We'll be back for the race, and we will have Driver of the Day voting available. Here we are then on the formation lap here for Division 3, and as we saw in qualifying, Simo putting it on pole position in his first ever race here, first ever league race I believe as well, not just for the SimZone, but in general, and definitely showing his pace here in Division 3. Joe Racing 94 putting it on P2, also on the front row, but not able to grab that pole position off of Simo. And Hoshi there in the comments, what's the deal with Fujar Racing? That is father and son. Jan's already addressed that. But yeah, father and son, good to see them racing here in the SimZone. And 70 cars lining up on the grid, so the driver of the day voting will be open. As long as we keep the chat moving, Nightbot will be happy to post that in the comments for us. And you can vote for multiple drivers, it is multiple choice. Deedee in the comments showing his support for Tord, running in P12 at the moment in the 666 Bentley. Also Phil in the comments, also known as the Devil Son, looking forward to the Division 2 race, which is up next. And looks like we've got a car around on the formation lap already. I think that was Yaroslav. He's going to have to get back to his position as soon as possible here. There we go, unfortunate for Yaroslav. Let's hope he hasn't picked up any damage, and I think he has. He's had a bit of a collision with the wall there. And it's not going to be a good start for Yaroslav picking up some damage here. The driver's just weaving, trying to get some heat into their tyres. And with such a long lap, you really need to get those temps up. Although the track temp is 23 degrees, there's a lot of straights here. And when you're going this slow, the tyres do take quite a toll on drop pressures, drop temperatures. The drivers are going to be lining up side by side now, approaching the final few corners, getting ready for this race start. Make sure to vote for your driver of the day once the link is posted by Nightbob. In order to do that, we need you guys to keep commenting. Nightbot will only post it if the chat keeps flowing. But here we go, getting ready for the race start. We've got Simo on pole position with Joe Racing lining up on the front row with him, 10 TFS on the second row in P3, and Yaroslav in P4. Who's going to get the better run into turn 1 here? Watching Simo, and I believe we're going to go green any second now. And there we go, we are green. Green flag's being waved, and Simo off to a good start. The Ferrari, very good acceleration in the lower gears, but Mercedes on the outside, not able to get the move done. He's going to slot back in single file to cover off Yaroslav, who's made up position there coming into turn 1. And that is 10 TFS losing another position to Sharkbait God. So Sharkbait God's already up into P4 and Yaroslav up into P3. It looks like we've all got through cleanly here in the opening stages of the race. And no, I spoke too soon. We are 3 wide there in the background, and I think that was one of the Ferraris. That was Muzzy coming into contact with someone. I think that's the 407 car of Edris, who's suffered from that. So he's picked up some damage on the front and the side of that Porsche, and he's dropped down towards I think last place now. Yes, he has. He's got some work to do, but definitely not over for Edris. We'll wait for that timing sheets update. There we go. Now coming through the hairpin Mello's still leading the race. He's opened up a slight gap here to Joe Racing and Peter, and we are side by side with the AMG of, I think that's Dennis, and I believe that was Acro who was side by side. Yes, so Acro having to defend from Dennis here, coming down towards Spoon, and Dennis not able to get this move done just yet, but he's definitely applying the pressure here on Dennis now on the exit of Spoon down towards this long straight towards 130R, but he's got the Bentley of Ford very close behind him here, and he's going to have to be careful, but not really an overtaking place is 130R. The AMG so quick on the straight, you can see the gap he's pulled to the Bentley behind, but he's run slightly wide there, and the Bentley very sideways through 130R, and I think he may have hit the wall there. Muzzy very close to hitting him as well. Muzzy ran quite wide through 130R, but that's the issue either with setup or the way they are taking 130R here. It's so easy to get the back end out. It's such a fast corner. And they're going to have some nasty flat spots on their tyres, especially Cord down in P15 now. But back to the race leader, Simo has opened a 1.1 second gap to Joe Racing, who's got Yaroslav within 5/10, almost within 5/10 of him. So looking very close here between P2 and P3, and Simo might be the one to challenge Joe Racing here for the championship. Likewise, Yaroslav, who has joined this season in round 2, but obviously with there being a drop round, they're still pretty much in contention for the championship here. You can see in the background that is 10 TFS opening up a slight gap to the drivers behind, and that's a Porsche very sideways. I think that was who was that? I think that was Sev Ice, who made a slight mistake on the exit of Degner 2, and now he's side by side there with one of the Ferraris. I believe that's Video Gamer. Video Gamer's been able to get the job done and up into P10. Sev Ice unfortunately losing out on that position, but running the famous Porsche colours there. Good to see that. Looks absolutely brilliant on that Porsche, but coming through Spoon now. They've got Muzzy hunting him down. Looking further down the field, Tord's got Windsor very close behind, so Tord in P13 at the moment, with Windsor just 2/10 behind him. Windsor's going to have the slipstream coming down this long back straight up towards 130R, but Tord, I don't think he's going to worry at all. Windsor's not going to go for this move. I think he thought about going defensive there. Windsor really closing in the gap coming down this straight. He's going to have to go defensive coming up towards the final chicane, but Windsor has a look. Tord very late on the brakes there, a bit too deep, and he's going to compromise his exit. You can see how much curb he's had to use on the exit there, but Windsor not able to get this move done yet. Can he do it coming into turn 1? He's going to have the inside there. He's pulled out of the slipstream. They are side by side now coming down towards turn 1. Who's going to be later on the brakes? It's a very fast corner, is turn 1 and 2, but looks like Windsor has got the move done up into P13. He goes, so good move there by Windsor, and Tord down into P14, but he's not going to let this one go easily. And you can see in the background that is Joe Racing 62 battling with Edris here for P15. So Joe Racing 62 also with his first race here at the SimZone, wasn't able to make it to round 1, but he's here for round 2 here at Suzuka. He's struggling here to keep Edris behind. The Porsche is very quick through these S's in sector 1, and that's Joe Racing very wide there through that left-hander, and Edris says thank you for that position, and he moves up into P15 there. So Edris just capitalising on that mistake. We go back to, well, we've got a very close battle here for P8, what seems to be a 4-car battle now. Mferra holding off Envious Titan in P9. Titan having a look up the inside, Hampton back out of that, and he's made contact there with Mferra. Oh, that's not good to see. And Envious Titan picking up some damage on his car, but Mferra's not going to be happy with that. He does come out ahead though, but seemed like Envious Titan's a bit too late on the brakes there coming through Spoon, and they've both lost positions now to Video Gamer and Sevice, who move up a couple positions. Video Gamer starting from the back, being a reserve driver, is already up into P8, so he will be a permanent driver from next round onwards. And he's already up into P8 and looking for a move. I believe that's SharkBaitGod who's made a mistake some way. He doesn't seem to have any damage in his car, so I think he may have lost the car on his own. But now coming through turn 1, yeah, there's no damage whatsoever on that Porsche. Very sideways there through turn 1. And he's lost the car. He's going to lose a few more positions there. And he rejoins behind. That's behind Envious Titan. So he's all the way down in P13. Or P12 even, is SharkBaitGod. So really struggling with that Porsche. And the Porsche is not an easy car to drive by any means. But once you can get it going, oh, he's nearly lost the car once again. So really struggling with the Porsche here. But now looking at the gap between, oh, we've got a car off there. That is some damage on Joel Racing. I think that's 94. Yes, it is. And he's dropped down into P10, so he's hit something, possibly the wall, very, very hard. And you can see the severe damage he's got on that AMG. That's not going to help for his championship fight here. Mferra and I believe that's Windsor going side by side there on the exit of the hairpin. But Mferra managing to hold off just for now. Windsor already up into P12, I believe it is. No, it's not. So Mferra down in P12 and Windsor up into P13. But Mferra with a huge mistake there through Spoon, runs very wide, and Windsor's going to gain that position. But Mferra looking to fight back. He's run wide once again. Needs to be careful here not to pick up a drive-through penalty for track limits, but they're coming down to 130R. And I think Windsor's going slightly defensive, moves back over to the racing line. Mferra's going to have to tuck back in behind here, and Tord is down into P17, but there's been contact between the two, and Mferra attacks the back of Windsor there, and he's into the wall. Windsor's, just not able to get it going is Mferra. Windsor stopped the car on the side of the track there, but he's got going once again, and he's not going to be happy with that one. I think there's definitely going to be a few incident reports here. I think that's one of the Bentleys that's Cord coming through the chicane, now bouncing over the curbs. And a lot of these drivers are new to ACC in general, so it's all a learning curve for them. But Cord now into the pits, likewise Mferra to repair their damage. But we've got a 3-car battle here for P7. Dennis losing the position to Service, so Dennis down into P7. Service having to go defensive, coming up towards the Degners, and looks like they've both outbroken themselves there. I'm not sure if there was any contact. There may have been slight contact there, but it looks like neither of them were stopping in time. The Audi of, I believe that's Envious Titan, running very wide on the exit of Degner 2, and he's lost the position to Service. So Titan losing another position there, drops him down into... Oh no, I think he may be a lapped car here. We'll wait for the timing sheets to update. It doesn't say he is a lapped car, but it shows he's already behind Service, so that may have already updated for us. SharkBaitGod, as you can see, battling there with Dennis in the number 4 AMG as they come through Spoon now. We saw earlier SharkBaitGod struggling with the back end of that Porsche. Now seem to have got it tamed as we come through on the exit of Spoon down towards 130R. Jan saying Mferra changed car. No, he was in the McLaren this season. Last season he was in the Porsche, but this season he's been running the McLaren. But these two, SharkBaitGod and Dennis, going to be side by side now coming down towards turn 1. The AMG with the superior straight line speed, I think, is going to have it covered coming towards turn 1. Yes, he does. SharkBaitGod not able to fight back just yet, but he's kept the car under control this time coming through turns 1 and 2, and he's going to be extremely quick through the S's here, and a bit of a wiggle there from Dennis as we saw. the AMG not as quick as the Porsche through these S's, and that is, I believe that's caught in the 66 Bentley off there in the S's. But Joe Racing 94 now into the pits. He's going to have to repair his damage. But these two still battling it out. Amazing battling between these two. They've kept it clean. And coming through the Degners now once again. The Mercedes outbraking himself. Dennis braking a bit too late there. And SharkBait with the consistent pressure has been able to get that move done up into P9. And Dennis is going to have to fight back. I'm sure that damage on the front of that AMG is not helping him with stopping that heavy car. But it looks like we do have the driver of the day voting available, so make sure you don't forget to do that. The link is in the comments, posted by Nightbot, so if you just scroll up a bit it will be there. But back to the battle for P4, the two Ferraris. We've got Acril and Video Gamer battling out for P4. Video Gamer bouncing all over the curbs there, but he's able to take them. And now on the exit of the final corner, down the start-finish straight. Looks like Video Gamer's got a nice run here. He's going to have the slipstream, but he's not close enough just yet to get this move coming down towards turn 1. So he's going to have to settle here for P5. And through these S's, it's very narrow to get a move done here. Have to rely on the other driver making a mistake to get a move done through these S's. You can see there Acril taking a slightly different line, more compromised, much tighter. The Video Game is right up to the back of him now on his rear bumper. He's not able to get the move done just yet. Acril very defensive here. He's going defensive once more, coming up towards the Degners. Not really an easy move to go for. Video Gamer has to be careful here, but he's going to have a look up the inside. I think he's backed out of that. Yes, he does. And very sensible there from Video Gamer. The Degners are not really the easiest place to go for a move. And Acril holds on, now coming down towards the hairpin. Very easy to lock up here. And so easy to lose chunks of time, especially on the exit. And it looks like Acril doesn't seem to have the drive traction that Video Gamer does on the exit of that corner. And he's going defensive once again, coming up towards Spoon. He's back over to the racing line. Video Gamer had a little look up the inside, but he second guessed himself then. He moved back over to the racing line. So still stuck behind Acril, not able to get past, and by battling the driver in front, 10 TFS, they're able to open up a 3-second gap. And now, actually looking at the gap between the top two, it's come down to 1.3 seconds. So Simo has made a mistake somewhere. Last time we checked on these two, the gap was about 3.5. So it's come down by 2 seconds. And Simo might be under some pressure here in the second half of this race. We're almost in the second half now. And Cord still in the pits here. Let's hope he can get back out on track to be able to pick up some points. Drivers need to complete 75% of the race in order to pick up points. But back to this battle. That's Video Game around the outside of Acril into turn 1. They are side by side. And Video Game is going to have the inside for the next corner coming through the S's. And he's got the job done there. Very good move by Video Gamer. Thought ahead about that move. Hoped to have the outside for turn 1. And then have the inside for the next corner. Very well thought out there from Video Gamer. And here we go. He's now going to try and pull away from Acril, but Acril's still very close, trying to fight back. But there's actually a gap now between the two. It's about a few tenths. Now coming through the Degners. Ferrari not the best over the curbs here. You can see them missing that inside curb. Whereas some of the other cars, like the Bentleys and the Mercedes, can really drive over them. But Ferrari's not able to. Here now coming through the hairpin, the gap at the top has increased back to 2 seconds. So Simo back in his groove now, I believe, and he is extending that gap once again. We go to the battle for P8. That's Envious Titan and Sharkbait God now battling out for P8. Sharkbait God, after overtaking Dennis in P10, has been able to catch up to Envious Titan. You see that Audi carrying some heavy damage, well not some heavy damage, some light damage, I believe, on the front of that bumper. Maybe even some splitter damage there, which will affect his cornering abilities. Coming through Spoon now. You see both drivers using all of the exit curb. Very important not to run too wide there. You can easily pick up a track warning. And, we've had no drive-throughs yet, but there's still plenty of time for drivers to pick up a drive-through here. And Envious Titan looking good through 130R. The Porsche not using as much curb, but he seems to have closed the gap under braking through this, coming up towards this chicane. Cord now back out the pits, back on track. That's good to see. Envious Titan coming under some heavy pressure here, and you can see going slightly defensive already, coming down towards turn 1, trying to break the slipstream that moves back over to the racing line now. And down towards turn 1, Sharkbait God has been on form today, barring his mistakes. He seems to have got the car quite tame now, and he's gaining positions here. He's on a mission now, running in P9 at the moment, and there's plenty of time left in this race for him to catch up to even Vice. But does Sharkbait God have enough pace to do so? Coming through Degner's now. Porsche bouncing over the inside curb there. And likewise, we saw Envious Titan make a mistake through Degner 2 last time around, a few laps ago actually. But he seems to have got that sorted out now. Coming through the hairpin, Porsche much better on the exit, but still not able to close that gap to Envious Titan just yet. Titan has responded to the pressure. He's picked up the pace a little here. And I'm sure the pressure, he can feel the pressure here. He's going to be checking his rear view mirror every now and then. We go back down to the battle for P12. That's Joe Racing 62, who we saw. No, that's the father, I believe. Joe Racing 94 was in the pits for quite a while, but here we go. Windsor and Joe Racing 62 battling out for P12, coming up towards the hairpin now. The AMG not the best with that corner. You can see there, a bit sideways on the exit. It's got so much torque, it really struggles to put it down in those slower corners. But the Aston keeping up. Windsor doing a good job here. Also a reserve driver for tonight in Division 3, but coming through Spoon. Mercedes is going to have a nice long straight before 130R to try and open that gap up a bit more. And you can see Windsor, I think, made a slight mistake on the exit there. Didn't use any of the curb and wasn't really close to the outside of the track, so must have made a slight mistake. But now coming through 130R, the Mercedes taking a bit of a compromised line there. Both of them seem to have been doing so. And obviously not wanting to make any mistakes. The 130R, it's quite a difficult corner if you haven't got the setup right. Come through the final corner now. They're still about a few tenths from each other. Windsor's going to have the slipstream, but the AMG should still be able to hang on here coming down towards turn 1. And yes, Joe Racing 62 does hang on for another few corners. He seems to be overslowing the car quite a lot there into turns 1 and 2. Windsor's all over the back of him once again, now coming through these S's. He's now going to have to go defensive. You can see there the Mercedes taking a lot more curb than Windsor, but as a result bouncing over them and drifting wide slightly. You can see he's compromised the corner. Windsor taking a much later apex there, and now coming down towards the Degners. It's not going to be an opportunity for a move just yet, but look how close Windsor is on the exit of Degner 1. Now on the exit of Degner 2 as well, as practically pushing him round. Will he be able to... Oh no, looks like he's lost some time there. So it doesn't look like he's going to be able to go for a move into this hairpin, but the Mercedes going extremely defensive there. Maybe anticipating a lunge from Windsor, but no, it doesn't seem like he's lost any time there. We go back to the battle for P9. So Sharkbait God has made a mistake. Envious Titan still running in P8, and Dennis now looking to get this move back off of Sharkbait God for P9. The AMG still carrying that heavy damage on the front end. But he's going to have a look into turn 1. No, wasn't able to get that done, and he's got the exit curb there, a bit sideways, but he's managed to save that very nicely, and a bit of a wiggle on the exit as well, but he's kept it together and hasn't really lost much time. So good save there from Dennis. We go back to the battle for the final podium position here in Division 3. Looks like that is 10TFS and Video Gamer going side by side. Video Gamer had a look up the inside coming through the hairpin, but he wasn't able to get that done now. 10TFS is going to have to go defensive coming up towards Spoon. Video Gamer could have a look up the inside there, but he's having a look, just trying to sell in the dummy, but it's not working at the moment. 10TFS holds on for another few corners, but with just 7 minutes left to go, time is running out. Can 10TFS hold on? He's going to need to use the AMG's straight line speed here to hold on coming up towards 130R. And you can see he's opened up a slight gap, taking the curb on the inside, and he seems to be quite stable through there, but the Ferrari of the Video Gamer sticking with him. And a compromised line there for 10TFS through the chicane. He's definitely going to have to go defensive coming down towards turn 1. You can see he's left a bit of room on the inside. Will Video Gamer go for that? I think he's going to try the outside this time. Yes, he does. Moves over to the outside here, but he's not able to get the outside line on 10TFS. So he's going to hold back there, and 10TFS is going to have the inside for the next corner. You can see a bit of contact between the two. They're just bouncing over the curbs as well. But 10TFS can now relax a bit. He can hold off through these S's. And pretty much up towards the Degners as well. He should be able to hold on up until there. The MG using the curb on the inside to get the car rotated. That is a trick you can use. Shouldn't really be giving away tricks and tips, but there we go. And now coming through Degners, the MG able to take all of the curb on the inside and doesn't have any problems with doing so. Video Gamer dropping back slightly through the Degners. I know the MG really excels through there. But now through the hairpin, and Video Gamer is right on the back of him once again, coming up towards Spoon. But let's go back to this battle quickly. Akril now having to defend from Service. It's a battle for P6. Now coming down towards the hairpin as well. These two aren't too far behind Muzzy, just up ahead. Just 2 seconds back, you can see there Muzzy just exiting the hairpin. They do seem to be reeling him in. The gap seems to, it looks like less than 2 seconds, but we'll see once they cross the next sector line. Now coming down towards Spoon. Looks like Service not able to get this move done just yet. Akira using all of the curb on the exit to help him get the better exit speed coming down this long straight, and the Porsche is going to need to stick with Akira here, stay in the slipstream. This is where it's going to lose some time to the quicker cars, on the straights at least. But no, seems to have been able to keep up and actually gain some time there. Now coming down towards the chicane, and Service outbraking himself slightly. I think Akram might have done the same there, so Service just copying him, or following him off. And now down towards turn 1, Akram there staying on the racing line. Porsche's even closer than he was last lap. And Jan just saying Windsor overtook Joe Racing. Yes, he did. Windsor up into P12 then. But currently watching this battle for P6. Akril still doing a great job at defending caution, not able to get past just yet, and they're actually losing time now to Muzzy up ahead just by battling this hard. The gap is 3.4 seconds now. Last lap it was 2 seconds, so they've lost 1.4 seconds then. A bit of quick maths there for you. This lap, but Joe Racing 62 now into the pits. What could that be? That might be due to fuel. We've still got 3.5 minutes left. It doesn't seem to have any damage on the car, so I assume it is fuel then. Might have been a miscalculation there for Joe Racing 62. Back to this battle, yeah, white flags being waved for slow car. I believe that would have been the AMG 77 that has just pitted. But now down towards 130, and they've actually closed the gap up once again to Muzzy, so the gap just 1.1 seconds. So we could see a 3-car battle here in the final few laps. Where is the race leader? Oh, that's Acro. Before we switch, Acro made a mistake there through the chicane. He's lost a position to Service, so Service's constant pressure has paid off, and he's going to cover the inside line coming down towards turn 1, but no, he knows that Acro can't go for this move, and there we go, Joe Racing emerging behind these two. He is a lap down, so he will be given the blue flag, but looks like they've all gone past there, so no need to worry at all. Now it looks like the battle for P3, Video Gamer has got past 10 TFS, and he's looking for a move here on Yaroslav, so a possible P2 here for Video Gamer. Not much time left, but he's very close on the brake. He's made contact with Yaroslav. That's not good to see. Tried to open up a gap for himself there, but Yaroslav has to be careful when rejoining, and wasn't a careful rejoin there from Yaroslav. Luckily 10 TFS saw that coming, and which managed to brake just in time, but 10 TFS wide as a result. He's got all over the grass there, he's hit the wall, and a chain of unfortunate events here. Just after that one mistake, or that one incident with Video Gamer, but that's definitely going to be a penalty, I think, if they do submit a report there. I'm sure Yaroslav's not going to be happy with that at all. But now looking down to the battle for P9, Dennis is catching up to Sharkbait. God, the gap less than a second between these two.
Alright man, the leader is on the final lap. Give it a final push.
Still continuing strong, but 10 TFS doesn't actually seem to have that much damage on that AMG, considering he had quite a hard hit with the wall. His bonnet still seems to be intact, and he could definitely go on for another lap here. Where's the race leader? Simo. This will be the last lap then, so we are on the final lap. Simo coming up towards the Degners now. And he's coming through the hairpin. I think it's going to be a very clean win here from Simo. As he comes through Spoon now, battle between looks like Muzzy and Sevice now within a second. Sharkbait God and Dennis still within a second also, but will stay on board with Simo here.
The leader has finished the race.
as we come. There we go. Simo finishing P1. Sorry, just checking the Division 2 drivers. They are briefing us very shortly, but Simo finishing the race, his first race here at the SimZone, his first league race I believe as well, and winning here at Suzuka, round 2. Video Gamer finishing in P2, a questionable move there from him as we saw. Yaroslav in P3, I'm sure he's not going to be happy with that. Muzzy's going to cross the line P4, Sevice in P5, April in P6, 10TFS in P7, Envious Titan rounds the final corner to finish in P8. You can see there in the background Sharkbait God just flashing his lights, finishing in P9. Dennis in P10. Edris, he's still got a bit to go, but Jar Racing that was finishing in Jar Racing 62 finishing in P15. But Edris coming through the final corner now, finishing in P11. Windsor coming through 130R down towards the final chicane in P12. But make sure, if you haven't voted for your driver of the day, to do so. We haven't got many votes in, so be sure to do that before this race finishes. We'll announce the results in the Division 2 race, at the start of the Division 2 race even. But there we go, Windsor's crossing the line in P12, Jar Racing 94, not the best race for him, picked up a lot of damage, finishing the race in P13, Tord in P14. And there we go, they are your results. Simo finishing in P1, Video Gamer in P2, and Yaroslav in P3. But make sure, well, like I said earlier, to vote for your driver of the day. The link is in the comments. And stay tuned for the Division 2 race. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. Lion's gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. right now. You stole my heart of gold after my silver soul. Can you dig any deeper now? I gave you all I own, put you on this golden throne, but I'm a little stronger now. You cashed in on my promises, you know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out, 'cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now, a little stronger now. Generous. Now I've learned to never help you out, 'cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now, a little stronger now. take the wrong and you make it right. Like a firefly, you're glowing at night. So don't make it hard, don't let me go. I wanna hold you tight when you're cold. I'm waiting for your love, you just keep me hanging on. I deserve to stay, and I will find my way. I will find my way. Ain't no love like a real love, but it goes so fast. All tied up like a captive. I'm on to you. Used to pay my life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I know my patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. you got all you wanted. Yeah, I don't know why suddenly you're gone. You'll never be forgotten. Pretending no one is to blame. Too late to reignite our flame. How did I not see you running? How did I get behind? How did I not see this coming? Guess all you left me run. Guess all you left me run. Guess all you left me run. How did I not see you running? How did I get behind? How did I not see this coming? Guess all you left me blind. How did I not see you running? How did I get behind? How did I not see this coming? Guess all you left me blind. In retrospect, I could have paid attention. I could have tried harder, been smarter, deep water, I'd be drowned. I should have felt the tension. Overreacted and acted childish, impacted is all around. When you were pushing me away, I should have tried to give you space and get out of your way. How did I not see this coming? You leaving one day. Pretending no one is to blame. Too late to reignite our flame. How did I not see you running? How did I get behind? How did I not see this coming? Guess all you left me run. Guess all you left me run. Guess all you left me run. How did I not see you running? How did I get behind? How did I not see this coming? Guess all you left me blind. How did I not see you running? How did I get behind? How did I not see this coming? Guess all you left me blind.
Here we go then, welcome back to Division 2, and as you can see on your screen, we're in the qualifying session, and we have the results for the Division 3 Driver of the Day. And it looks like it was a tie between Simo, Envious Titan and Savice, all on 2 votes, I believe. And let's just double check that. Yep, seems to be the case. So those were the results for Division 3's Driver of the Day. But in this qualifying session, we've currently got DeedeeTKU on pole with a 201.656. Clay Champion P2 is about to come across the line here, and did improve, but not by much. Currently in P2. Just 3.9 tenths off, but Lager in P3, 4.5 tenths off there. DeedeeTKU going back out on track, might be able to get 1 lap in here. It's going to be quite tight for time. Actually, no, he should be able to get 1 in, 1 more in. But John Jig in P4, you can see they're just exiting the second. Degner 2.6 seconds behind at the moment, running the Lamborghini. And last time out, we saw Claychamp taking the win at Hungary, with Lager finishing in P2 and DeedeeTKU in P3. But at the moment, we've got DeedeeTKU on provisional pole, who's returned back to the pit, so that's pretty much his qualifying session over. No, he's got it back out on track, so it's going to be very tight for time for DeedeeTKU if he wants to get another lap in here. But the next car coming across the line will be the number 15 car of Lager. So let's see if he's able to find 4.5 tenths here in this qualifying session. You can see they're using all of the exit curb on the exit of 130R. And now coming through the chicane, those Bentleys completely ignore the curves as if they're not even there. He exits the final corner now. Is it going to be an improvement here for Lager? Can he get into the 201s and he crosses the line? It's not an improvement. It may have been an invalid lap even, with taking so much curb in the chicane. And this will be his last chance to improve. So DeedeeTKU doing wonders here. So far we've got, that's 5 cars still yet to put in a lap time. RMS puts it into P2, running the 21 AMG. Just 2.8 tenths off of DeedeeTKU here. And then the next car will be the number 3 car. That is Legadon here. Let's see if he's able to put in a lap time. Currently in the number 3 Ferrari, as he crosses the line now. There we go, puts it into P12, 5 seconds off. And the Lexus of Zaloba crosses the line, puts it into P9. So a good lap there from Zaloba. But Swiss Rolls and Chem Candy still not able to get a lap time in just yet. We've got the 433 car of DeedeeTKU coming through the chicane, so he might be able to get in an extra lap here. It's going to be very, very close here. Let's just see if he's able to cross the line in time. He's got 5 seconds, and I think he might be able to. Yes, he's going to get 1 more lap in with 3 seconds to spare. So DeedeeTKU cutting it very, very close. This will be his last chance then to improve. The next car across the line is going to be the number 9 car of Sir Jake, running in P12 at the moment. A bit of a slide on through the final corner. Will it be an improvement though? Takes the shortest line towards the finish line, but no, I think he's slowed down there, and it's going to return it to the pits. We do advise drivers to not stop on track to return it to the pits, but wasn't really anyone behind him. And the next few drivers coming across the line aren't actually on valid laps, so I assume they're just going to return it straight to the pits then. But we've got the number 72 car of Claychamp, who last time out at Hungary won the race, but at the moment he's currently sitting in P3, 3.9 tenths off. Is it going to be an improvement here for Claychamp? We're going to see as he crosses the line now, and it is, but it's not enough, and that's his qualifying session over. So Claychamp not able to put it on pole position here. And as we saw him have a dominant performance in Hungaroring, I think it's going to be much more of a challenge here at Suzuka. But DeedeeTKU definitely improving from last season. He's found some pace in that Lamborghini, and here we go, Sniff coming across the line. Is he going to be able to improve? Crosses the line now, and he does, but it's not enough to gain a position. So still P12 there from Sniff, and that's a qualifying session over. DeedeeTKU taking pole position with a 2:01.6. RMS in P2, just 2 tenths behind, and Claychamp in P3 just 3 tenths behind, but it's extremely close at the top, so make sure to stay tuned for the race. We'll be back very shortly, and Driver of the Day voting will also be open by then. Here we go then on the formation lap for the Division 2 race. And it's definitely going to be a good one. We saw the top 4 within a second of each other. DeedeeTKU taking pole position. Finished third last time out at Hungaroring. So if you can maintain this position, it's going to be very good points for the championship here for DeedeeTKU. RMS in his first race here in Division 2, qualifying in P2 there. So we'll be on the front row with DeedeeTKU. Claychamp, not the best qualifying session from him, but P3 on the second row, definitely still a good place to start. Lager in P4 on the second row, likewise, who finished P2 last time out at Hungaroring. So the championship battle very, very close at the top coming into round 2. And you can see the drivers just trying to get some heat into their tyres here. Still overcast at Suzuka, so not really any change in conditions. Track is slightly warm. We've got 23 degrees now, where I believe it was last time it was 22 in Division 3. But 45-minute race here for the Division 2 drivers. They have a mandatory pit stop here where they have to change tyres. And I assume pretty much every driver here won't refuel. So just a tyre change for these drivers, then they'll be on almost a full tank. As much fuel as they need to last them 45 minutes. And the full formation lap as well. But here we go, lining up side by side. DeedeeTKU on pole with RMS lining up on the front row with him. Who's going to get the better run coming down towards turn 1? We shall see. Driver of the day voting is now open. Race hasn't started though yet, so be sure to either vote for your favourite driver or the driver of your day.
Green light, go, go, go.
Here we go, we are green, and DeedeeTKU with a very good start, and that's the Lexus of Zalopa having a look up the inside already, but he's had to tuck back in there and wasn't able to get the move done, but he's made contact with the 2 cars in front, and not good from Zalopa, just outbroke himself slightly, and he's lost all those positions. He's at the back of the grid now, and that's what happens when you brake a bit too late. I think that's a bit of karma there for Zalopa, but back to the race lead. DeedeeTKU holding on very well here. Let's quickly try and change the camera angle because this one isn't this one isn't the best. There we go. Zalopa holding on to the lead. RMS now losing a position to Claychamp, so Claychamp already up into P2, trying to hunt down DeedeeTKU here. When it comes down to the race, the consistency they have in the race, and last time we saw at Hungaroring, Claychamp was so consistent, didn't really put a foot wrong, and he was able to extend that gap to Lager. But Lager right now is in P4, trying to get past RMS here. And the Mercedes, not an easy car to keep up with, especially on these straights. It's a right-hand kick, but it's flat out, so it's not easy to keep up at all. And now coming through Spoon and Bentley, taking a bit more curb than RMS. And that Mercedes is going to have such a nice run coming down towards 130R. It's very close between the field here on the opening lap. DeedeeTKU still holding on, coming through 130R now. And a big slide there from RMS. Got the back end out through 130R, and he's going to have some flat spots very early on in this race. He should be able to drive through it. Might be able to even get rid of those flat spots. There is a pit stop even, where he has to change tyres, so he might do that early on. But a bit of unbalancing the car coming through 130R. Usually you set up the car for that corner, but he wasn't able to keep it together. He's now down into P8, but Cosmic Mike very close up ahead. Swiss rolls behind as well, trying to get this move done after RMS's mistake, but he's not able to get that done just yet. It's not easy to go for a move in these S's at all, as we saw earlier in Division 3. We're looking down the field now. Chem Candy right on the back of Legadon there, almost making contact with him even, but a bit of a slide there from Chem Candy, and he's had to back off slightly now, coming down towards the Degners. You can see how much time the Bentley of Chem Candy has lost there just by making a slight bit of contact with Legadon just up in front. Now SMG's lobber after his mistake into turn 1 is carrying some damage and a bit of oversteer there on the exit of Degner 2. He needs to be much more careful here when trying to get past these drivers ahead. He does have the pace to do so, but he's going to have to rely on patience now, as we've got a 3-car battle, sorry, for P12. Milo just up ahead in the McLaren, almost making it a 4-car battle. He's got a buffer of about a second to the number 3 Ferrari just behind. We go back to the race lead now. DeHuisRocker has opened that gap to nearly 6 tenths. Oh, over 6 tenths now as they cross the sector 3 line. And now down towards the final chicane. Looks like Clay Champ is closing the gap slightly, coming down towards the chicane, but not enough for DeHuisRocker to go defensive. He's going to have a nice clean run coming down towards turn 1. He's going to stay on the racing line. You can see in the background Lager dropping off slightly, 1.3 seconds, now 1.4 to these two drivers up ahead. He's going to want them to keep on battling or even get closer to each other, because the gap is over 8 tenths now between DeHuisRocker and Clay Champ. He's going to want to them to start battling, so that he can close in the gap to those two. John Jig running in P5 now. He's got TTK and RMS, 2 AMGs in his rear view mirror. Not something you want to see at all. And that's the Devil Sun just up ahead. The Devil Sun in P4. We saw last week that he wasn't confident with being in Division 2, but he's running in P4 at the moment. A very strong position for the Aston driver here, and definitely deserves to be in Division 2 here. TTK with a slight mistake, and RMS is all over the back of him now, coming down towards the hairpin, and he's not going to have an opportunity to look down the inside. TTK's kept the car in the middle of the track, so nowhere for RMS to go, but he's missed the apex slightly there, and RMS I think likewise did the same, followed him through. And wasn't able to make up any time, but this is definitely now a 4-car battle for P4. You can see here the Devil Sun having to defend against John Jig, TTK and RMS. Let's see if we can quickly go on board here with these two. Let's go on board now with... Oh, this looks like there's been a collision for the lead. That's Clay Champ and... that's Clay Champ and DeHuisRocker, I believe. Or is it just Clay Champ? It says... Let's go back trackside, actually. Let's double check who's got the race lead now. DeHuisRocker has lost the race lead. Lager's into the pits for an early pit stop. But DeHuisRocker losing the race lead then, and that promotes the Devil Sun into the race lead. Look at the damage that Clay Champ had on the front of that Ferrari, so something's definitely happened there. DeHuisRocker into the pits. I believe we just saw some damage on the front of that Lamborghini. That's going to cost him a lot of time here, and I'm not sure if there's contact between the two, but we could see the stewards getting involved. But now we go back to the race lead. The Devil Sun having to defend from Clay Champ. I don't think the Devil Suns really expected this. Been an interesting turn of events here so early on into this race, and Clay Champ looking to gain the race lead now off of the Devil Sun. He's not able to get past, especially not into this hairpin. The Devil Sun going defensive. Is Clay Champ going to try it around the outside? No, he's almost pushing the Devil Sun through the corner. Then you got the bright green, the lime green cars behind him, John Jig and TTK in the Lambo and the AMG there, Mercedes. Very close behind, but Claychamp's going to have a look up the inside coming towards Spoon, and I think he made a bit of contact there with the Devil Son, and he's not been able to get that move done though. The Devil Son holds on to P1 for now, and he's going to have to go defensive coming up towards 130R, but Claychamp is putting a lot of pressure here on the Devil Son. He's not going to be able to get this move done coming through 130R. I don't think he's going to want to risk it again. And he doesn't. There we go. Sticks behind him. But he's going to have to defend now from John Jig. John Jig having a look around the outside. He's onto the grass. And I think he's going to struggle to stop the car there. And he does almost go to the back of Claychamp. He's now lost the position to TTK. And look who's got involved now. Swiss Rolls is here. So a 5-car battle for the race lead. Claychamp into the pits. Doesn't want to lose any time behind the Devil Son. He's going to try and go for the undercut. But let's see where he comes out in comparison to Lager, because Lager is now in clean air. He hasn't been battling for position, and he may even jump Claychamp in the pit stops here. We shall see, but it's still a way to go before Lager reaches the end of his lap. We'll go back to the race lead here. 3 cars. Looks like Devil Son has opened the gap to almost 2 seconds to P2. But John Jig very close behind still to TTK, so he's going to be fighting for that position, but he can't rule out Swiss Rolls, who's down in P4 just behind these two. He's really taking advantage of them battling just to put in those laps. Looks like we've got another battle here. Cosmic Mike and Sniff, the 2 Ferrari drivers, 22 and 255, battling out for P5 here on the exit of Degner 2 now. Sniff not able to get this move done, but he's looking good here at Suzuka. Cosmic Mike going defensive, taking a tighter line there. You can see he's compromised his exit. Sniff has got a much better exit there on the exit, through the hairpin, sorry, and coming down towards Spoon. Is Cosmic Mike going to go defensive? No, he sticks to the racing line. Sniff a bit too far back to go for the moves there. But let's see if he can get the exit he needs. Cosmic Mike's slightly wide, very wide actually, and Sniff is going to be side by side with him coming down towards 130R. This is going to be interesting, both Ferraris. Can Sniff get the move done even before they reach the corner? And he has done. Cosmic Mike is going to have to back off slightly there to avoid making contact, and yes he does. So Sniff with a very good move, focusing on the exit and getting up into P5. So a good job there from Sniff. Cosmic Mike down into P6, but these two very similar on pace. I'm sure Cosmic Mike's not going to let this one go easily. And you can see in the background that's RMS and Ken Candy catching up to these two as well. So we could potentially see a 4-car battle very, very shortly. But Cosmic Mike very, very close. You can't even see his car. That's how close he is behind Sniff. That's Milo into the pits now for his mandatory stop. But let's look at the gap between these two, Claychamp and Lager. So Claychamp did come out ahead of Lager then. And Lager now trying to stick with Claychamp here. Going to try and work with him, I assume, to gain some time, but look at that, the Bentley's so much quicker through that final chicane, and the Ferrari can completely drive over those elevated curbs. Where is Milo? Still in the pits, and I think he's not going to be able to get out before Lager and Claychamp go by, but he's been dropped off the jacks. He hasn't got moving just yet. A very slow exit there from Milo, so maybe struggling to get the car started. But we go back to the battle for P2. And look at this. John Jig has made a mistake. The Delta said 4.5 tenths, but it's definitely increased. Swiss Rolls is now within a second to John Jig, and they've lost a lot of time to TTK and the Devil Son. So the battle for the lead is back on again. The Devil Son going defensive up towards the final chicane. The Aston are not very good over the curbs, as we just saw there. A very sideways DevilSon getting the back end of that Aston out, but he's keeping it out on track here. TTK likewise wants to get the move done on track and not in the pit stop, so he's going to go long here. But now down towards turn 1, the AMG not able to get the straight line speed, take advantage of the straight line speed to get the move done down in towards turn 1. The DevilSon using a lot more curb, and that's what you need to do on the exit there, just to maximise your speed. Coming down towards the ESs, you can see there the DevilSon taking a slightly better line, opening up the corner a bit more for himself. TTK with the Mercedes likewise doing it once again through this corner, so the DevilSon and TTK taking slightly different lines through these S's, and it's all about linking it up together, which they seem to be struggling to do at the moment. The Mercedes very strong through the Degnas, as you can see. It's right back on the rear bumper of the DevilSon once again, and he's going to have to go defensive now, coming down towards this hairpin. TTK, is he going to be later on the brakes? He's going to be on the outside here. Can the DevilSon hold the position? Yes, he does. TTK not able to get that move done, but you can see the amount of time they're losing to John Jig and Swiss Rolls just behind. The gap is coming down 3 seconds now. The gap is to TTK and the DevilSon, but the DevilSon going defensive. He's got onto the glass there. Will he be able to get the car stopped in time? Let's see. This camera angle isn't wide enough. There we go. Yes, he does. He manages to hold on there to P1. What a battle we've got going on here for the race lead. And let's switch the camera angle once again. It's back to set 2. Let's actually go on board here with TTK, sorry. He's having a look up the inside here, down towards 130R, but taking a bit of the curb, had to lift off. He wasn't able to get the move done. He's having another look up the inside towards the chicane. And the DevilSon very, very sideways there, really struggling over the curbs. Can't take that much curb in the Aston. He's going to turn it into the pits for his mandatory pit stop. Of course, that happens as soon as we go on board with TTK. But there we go. TTK losing a lot of time to the drivers behind him. John Jig has now closed the gap to under 1.5 seconds, so they've lost 1.5 seconds. As we saw last time, the gap was 3. So really, TTK losing a lot of time in that battle, but now he's in clean air. Let's see if he can extend this provisional lead and maybe even go for the overcut here on the DevilSon. But now looks like Largo has actually got past Claychamp, so we didn't see what happened there. We're too busy with the battle for the lead. But Claychamp's struggling here. He's now 2.5 seconds behind Largo, and that's going to be crucial for the championship here. Largo up into P13 and should be in the thick of it all once the other drivers pit. Where is the DevilSon? He's exiting the pits now. Largo is coming through the final corner. I think the DevilSon's going to have a nice lead here coming down towards turn 1, and yes, he does. But Largo's going to try and close this gap. DevilSon comfortably into the lead of those that have pitted and now legged on into the pits. Seems to be in there for quite a while. Let's hope he can get the car moving once again. No, he's still not out of the pits. And I think that was a mistake there from John Jig coming through 130R. And yes, it was. Took a bit too much of the curb on the inside and he's lost the car there. And it's so important to not to take that curb on the inside. It completely unsettles the car. But I think that's John Jig's cue to dive into the pits now and change tyres. So there will be flat spotted after that spin. Let's see if he does returning to the pits, and yes, he does. There we go. John Jig now in for his mandatory pit stop. He's lost so much time there. He's lost positions to Kim Candy, and I believe that is Cosmic Mike just up ahead. Sniff, what's happened to him? He's lost a number of positions there. He was actually ahead of Cosmic Mike, but he's made a mistake somewhere. Doesn't seem to be any damage on that Ferrari, so no contact or no collision to the barriers. but he's definitely made a mistake. So he's now down in P6. Chem Candy and Cosmic Mike battling out for P4. And looks like actually Chem Candy's got the move done on Cosmic Mike. We didn't quite catch that. The timetables will update shortly once they cross the next sector line. But Cosmic Mike losing a position there. Chem Candy up into P4. There we go, it's updated. And now he's going to try and extend or pull away from Cosmic Mike behind him. Bentley, quite a good car in general. Likewise is the Ferrari. With the Ferrari being mid-engine, a bit more difficult to drive than the Bentley. And legged on now out the pits. We saw that he served his mandatory stop. John Jig, where is he come out? In a bit of no man's land at the moment. Coming through turns 1 and 2 now. Yeah, doesn't really have anyone behind him or in front of him that he has to worry about. The closest battle on track is between these two. Actually, the 3-car battle here for P11. The Devil Sun defending against Lager and Claychamp. It looks like Claychamp having a look up the inside through the deck. He's had to back out of that though. And the Devil Sun really defending now, holding these two up. And Lager's trying to get past as soon as possible. He needs to be careful. Claychamp is right there to pounce on any opportunities he finds. But Lager up the inside or through the hairpin, but wasn't able to get the drive traction on exit. So the Devil Sun continues leading this race. He will have the net races lead, I believe, after the pit stops, unless TTK has been able to go for the overcut. But the pit stops, the drivers who have pitted, the Devil Sun is leading in that scenario, or in that category. As we come down this back straight down towards 130 yard, Lager's very, very close, but he's lost some time now. He's having to defend from Claychamp. Claychamp's having a look up the inside, coming down towards 130 yard. This could be disaster for the two, and Lager's left him the room there, and Claychamp had to back out. It's very good driving from these two. The Devil Sun now defending, coming through the final chicane. Is he going to take that curb? No, he doesn't this time, so he's learned from his mistake previously. And he's been able to hold on. Let's go on board here with Lager very quickly. You can see Lager now not able to get the move done into turn 1. The Devil Sun very wide there, and Lager's taking the opportunity, but he's gone wide as well. And Claychamp back into the gaining a position, and Devil Sun back a position up as well. So immediate reply from the Devil Sun, and Lager is not going to be happy with that mistake he's just made. I'm sure he's going to be a bit frustrated with that. Had the opportunity finally, but lost it on the exit, ran a bit too wide. Claychamp and Devil Sun up a position. Now Lager's going to have to do all the hard work once again to get past the Devil Sun, while he sees Claychamp extend this gap between the two. And a big slide there from the Devil Sun on the exit of the deck 2. Is Lager going to have a look up the inside? Yes, the Devil Sun seemed to have left him the room. And there we go, Lager up a position. You can see in the rearview mirror there. The Devil Sun still very close behind though, so definitely can't rule him out. He seems to be struggling in that Aston slightly here at Suzuka, with the back end especially. Now coming down towards Spoon. Turn 1, not the easiest of braking zones. You have to sort of brake while turning, and you really have to trail brake into the corner. So the Devil Sun may be struggling with that. Could be something to do with his brake bias even. We're not sure at the moment. He's losing a bit of time there through 130R on Lager. And looking at Claychamp ahead, Lager's now closing down the gap once again. So you could see these two battling it out in a few laps time. But let's go back trackside now. And RMS into the pits. Has he been released yet? No, he has now. Where is he going to come out? Where is John Jay coming through the final corner? It looks like RMS is going to be having this position comfortably. John Jig has got some work to do after his spin there. but definitely possible with just 22 minutes left to go. It's plenty of time
Halfway through
for John Jude to close in the gap. Now looking at the battle for P5, Sergej and Armobic are within half a second of each other. Looks to have increased now, might even be over a second. Armobic making a mistake through the hairpin. The only driver in the BMW N6. Props to going in that car. It is a very quick car once you can get it tamed, but not the easiest to drive at all. It's absolutely rapid on the straights. And now we've got TTK in the pits, so he hasn't stopped yet. Where is Claychamp, who's now who would be in the net race lead? But TTK, seemed to have. There we go. He stopped in his box. Now, might have been a bit of an error there from TTK. Stopped a bit too early. And now you can see, there we go, now he stopped in his box. Took a few seconds for him to be raised up on the jacks, and I think that's going to cost him a lot of time here, and may even lose him the race leads. We see Claychamp now coming up towards the chicane. TTK still up on the jacks, hasn't got going yet. Zaloba now into the pits. Where is Claychamp coming down the start-finish straight now? Has just exited the final corner. Where is TTK? Still on the jacks, hasn't got going yet. I think Claychamp and Lager are going to have this position. TTK just got going there. Yes, they've both jumped him, but where is the Devil's Son? Has he jumped him as well? Has he held the position? Yes, he has. Disaster of a pit stop there from TTK. He's lost quite a lot of time. You can see that in the background. That's RMS who's closing the gap on TTK. It seems like the overcut didn't work, and that's the thing with the pit stops. You can make or break your race. You can lose a number of seconds just by not stopping in the box correctly. That seems to have been the case. Zaloba still in the pits now, and he's going to drop down the order there into P15. We've still got though the top 5 yet to pit. Swiss Roll's out in the lead comfortably at the moment. But he's going to be losing time on those old tyres. But there we go into the pits. Very last minute decision there from Swiss Rolls. Has he got the car stopped in time? That may have looked like he sped into the pit lanes. Hope he doesn't pick up a stop go 30 for speeding then. But here we go, Cosmic Mike. That's Legodon behind, I believe. He's a lap down, a few laps down. So not battling for position there. DeedeeTKU, after his spin, we haven't really seen much of him in this race. But he's down in P13 at the moment, and he's got some work to do. But there could have been contact. We don't know at this point in time. We just have to wait for the drivers to take to the stewards at the end of the race. But down in P13 is DeedeeTKU. He's still fighting hard. He's repaired his damage, and he's looking to try and get in a few more positions here. Chem Candy just up ahead, 1.1 seconds. Zaloba now in P16 after his pit stop. He's about... Yes, that's correct. He's about 4.5, 5 seconds behind Legodon in P15. So another battle that we could see heating up in the final few stages of this race. Up to the battle for P8 actually. The two Mercedes drivers, TTK and RMS, battling it out here on track. Mercedes, one of the fastest cars here at Suzuka, but some mistakes from both these drivers have put them down the order. Both running the 2020 AMG Evo. Running P7 and P8, you can see bouncing over the curbs there through the Degnas. Pretty much taking the exact same line they're able to. But it's not easy overtaking another car of the same manufacturer. They're both quicker and slower in the exact same places, and RMS almost taking the back of TTK there. You can see TTK struggling on the exit. Seems to got their power a bit too early and he's washing out slightly. That's not going to help his tyres at all. Suzuka very high downforce track. And by doing that, it's really going to wear out the tyres, but they should be able to last for another 17 minutes. And now we've got Cosmic Mike into the pits. We saw earlier Cosmic Mike was quite close to, I believe, Chem Candy. So we'll see where he comes out in comparison after the pit stops. Make sure if you haven't voted for the driver of the day to do so. We've got 16.5 minutes left of this race. Not much time. There is a comment that's pinned with the link available, so be sure to check that out. RMS still not able to get past DeedeeTKU, but let's have a look at Cosmic Mike. Still up on the jacks. Where is Chem Candy? Coming down the start finish straight. Cosmic Mike's lost the position here, but Chem Candy really having to defend from DeedeeTKU coming down towards turn 1. DeedeeTKU slightly wide there. Got hooked on the exit curve, wasn't able to get that move done. So there we go, Chem Candy holds on once more. We'll go back to this battle between both Mercedes. Come through the Deckners once again. DeedeeTKU missing that inside curb this time. But RMS not able to take advantage of that just yet. Now coming down towards the hairpin, you can see DeedeeTKU is much earlier on the brakes than RMS is, and seems to be earlier on the power, but it's not helping him at all. Flash of lights there from RMS, not sure why there. Maybe seeing himself on the stream, but DeedeeTKU with a bit of understeer there through Spoon. Well, it looked like to be, which seems to be okay here. Now through 130R, DeedeeTKU holding on, kept it within the track limits there. Let's look down at the grid. Legged on here, holding on to P15, but SMT's Lobber very, very close behind him. In the Lexus. The Lexus is so quick on the straights, especially here at Suzuka. It's a very quick car at Suzuka, but he's not able to get past legged on just yet. Suzuka's not the easiest, especially in Sector 2 and Sector 1, not the easiest to overtake him. Although it is a very, very big track. Your main opportunities are the really heavy braking zones. That hairpin is a good one. Turn 1 is a good place to go for a move. Even the final chicane is a good place to go for a move, as long as you're side by side beforehand. But it's just having that exit speed through 130R to get alongside to get that move done. But we'll see this slipstream coming into effect now. SMT's Lobber in the Lexus, reeling the Ferrari in now, coming down towards 130R. The gap is definitely coming down between the two. But that's the Ferrari wide there, possibly going to be track limits. And he's really closing the gap now coming through this final chicane. But we'll keep an eye on these two. Let's look up towards the two Mercedes drivers once again. DeedeeTKU still holding on. Oh, I say that, he's run very wide there through Spoon, and that's RMS down the inside. They're still going to be side by side though on the exit, and I think RMS is going to get this position. DeedeeTKU is going to be out on the outside, coming down towards 130R. This is going to be very close between the two. DeedeeTKU moving across there, and no fault of RMS. DeedeeTKU just moving across. And he has to be careful here with rejoining. He's not going to be careful. They didn't hold the brakes at all. He's picked up some damage, and luckily John Jig and Swiss Rolls managing to avoid him there. But DTK, don't think he realised that RMS was still side by side with him. He just moved across there and unfortunately got spun out. But I think he's going to continue. Yes, he is. So he's going to continue with that damage. Not sure how drivable that is. You can see his car wiggling all down the start-finish straight there. It doesn't seem safe at all. May need to box the next lap, but Armobic now to the pits for his mandatory. Sniff now in the provisional race lead. Still yet to serve his mandatory stop. But he's going to be light on fuel, very light on fuel now. And he's going to be on fresher tyres when he does pit. But back to this battle between the Lamborghinis, Zhongzheng and Swissros. We saw them battling out in Hungaroring as well. They were very, very close to each other. And likewise, once again, they seem to be very equal on pace, which throws up some very interesting battles between the two. But let's look further down. TTK has now lost a position there to Chem Candy. Looks like the damage has got worse on that Mercedes. It may have even hit the wall again. But I think he's definitely going to have to pit now to repair that damage. It seems almost undrivable. But the gap between Claychamp and Lager has now come down. It's definitely less than 7/10 as we come through this chicane. But we're taking so much curb on the entry. Do compromise your exit slightly for the second part of that chicane. And let's see what the gap is once they cross the line here. It says 7.5 tenths at the moment. Has it decreased? It has, ever so slightly. And Lager is closing in the gap, but just 10.5 minutes left to get this move done. Is it enough time? Keep an eye on these two. The gap between Milo and XmecOnline is very, very close. Looks like Milo holding on there to P11. Running the McLaren this season, was in the Ferrari last season. So new car here for Milo, but he's really going to have to go defensive now. Coming down towards turn 1, XmecOnline looking left, looking right. He's going to go towards the outside, back onto the racing line. He's not going to have a look this lap for a move on the inside, but I say that, and Milo, what's happened there? He seemed to lock up coming into turn 1 and just went straight on there. And XmecOnline gaining the position at ease up into P11 now. And Milo really struggling with that McLaren, very sideways. They seem to have got onto the curb slightly. But yeah, Milo not enjoying this McLaren. It's not an easy car to drive, especially once you're transitioning from a car that you've driven for so long. McLaren requires a different driving style to the other cars, but once you get it right, it is absolutely rapid. You see they're really sliding through these corners, and I think he's kept it together, but it's not Tokyo Drift here. Milo has spun the car there on the exit of the Degna 2. He's going to get it going here. And he may even be losing a position to Sir Jake, who's not too far behind. Where is Sir Jake? There we go. Just exiting the Degnas, and that is Armobic off the track there on the exit of the Degnas. But Sir Jake down the inside of Milo, and he's got that move done. Milo seems to be struggling with the car. It seems like he doesn't even have traction control on. That's how loose the rear seems. Back to the battle for what will be the race lead. Claychamp and Lager once again. It's down to these two battling out for the race lead. Claychamp still holding on, but it's much closer than it was at Hungaroring, and much closer than it was last lap as well. Lager is reeling him in, but will it be enough time? 8 minutes left of the race. Claychamp now extending his gap there to Lager. Lager seems to have made a slight mistake. The gap's now over a second between the two. So it's really increased, and that must fill Claychamp with some hope here. As he bounces over that inside curb, I may have spoken a bit too early. He needs to be careful with that. We've seen a few drivers earlier on in the race bouncing over that curb and just losing the back end of their car. And that's really allowed Lager to close in the gap once again to Claychamp. So the Ferrari seems to struggle in that third sector. We'll see what the gap is once they cross the line now. It's back down to 6/10 and Sniff into the pits for his mandatory stop. Keeping it out long, has it held? Where is he going to come out after his mandatory stop? We shall see. He's going to be on fresh tyres for about 6 minutes. And he's going to be on very low fuel, so he should be quite fast here in the final few laps of this race. Here we go, the gap increasing once again between the two. The Bentley's really struggling in this sector, in this second sector. That's where Claychamp manages to extend his lead, but it's this third sector where the Bentley is able to close back in on Claychamp. But down to P3 and P4, Devilson now fighting to hold on for the final podium position. RMS, after a spin early on in 130R, is on a very good recovery drive here, battling for P3. He's going to have the AMG power to help him here on this back straight coming down towards 130R. The Devilson going very defensive there, and he's made his move, his one defensive move there, back over to the racing line, and the Mercedes taking the inside curb there, but he's able to keep it together this time around. And I think it's just a matter of time really before RMS can get past, unless the Devilson can hold on for a few more laps. Where's the race leader Claychamp coming through on the exit of turn 2? They will have a couple more laps after this. So let's see. Might even have 3 laps, so it's going to be quite close, I think. But the Devilson holding on. He's going to want this to end as soon as possible. Now, if you haven't voted for your driver of the day, make sure to do so. Oh, the bots are back. Brilliant. Let's get rid of them quickly. There we go. But yeah, like I said, make sure to vote for your driver of the day. The link is pinned in the comments, so make sure to check that out. I think we'll get the bot working once again. Here we go, the Devilson still managing to hold on. He's doing a really good job here at defending and holding on to this podium position. You can see how defensive he's going, and he's going to have to do the same coming towards Spoon. But can RMS get the switch back here? No, he's going to try for the outside, and he wasn't able to get that done. I would have gone for the switchback, but the Devilson leaving a bit of room on the inside there. RMS had a look. The door closed very quickly though, and RMS once again has a run coming down towards 130. They're going to be side by side. I think the Devilson's going to have to back out of this one, but no, still side by side. There's been a bit of contact between the two, and I think the Devilson's still going to hold on here to P3. Yes, he is. Very good racing between the two. This is hard racing, and that contact would have been just hard racing between the two. Don't think any of them would be upset about that. The Devil's Son now coming down towards turn 1. Look how defensive he's going. He's left a bit of a gap down on the inside, and RMS is going to take advantage of that. And I think he's going to have the move done into turn 1, but no, Devil's Son holding around the outside. He's going to get hooked on that outside curb, and the back end of his car comes out there, but he's still there. No, RMS getting the move done into turn 1. What a move there from RMS, and very well done from both of these drivers. But the Devil's Son losing out a position there after a very hard fought battle. But look how close he still is. He's not going to give this one up easily. He's stuck to that rear bumper of RMS. Come down towards the Deglers now. Slightly wide there for RMS. Devil's Son's going to take advantage of that. But on the exit of the second Deglers, that seems to be where he's losing the time. The car doesn't seem to be as stable as he'd like through there. And wide through the hairpin as well. I think RMS is going to start to pull away now. The Devil's Son really pushing the car beyond the limit to try and catch up RMS. But that's when you lose time, pushing the car beyond the limit. You want to be on the limit and not past it. But it's not over yet. The Devil's Son can easily, RMS can easily make a mistake. Where's the race leader, Claychamp? It's going to be one more lap then here at Suzuka for Division 2. The last lap to vote for your driver of the day. Make sure to do so.
Final lap. Give it all you can.
Votes will be closing 5 minutes after the race finishes. But here we go, Claychamp with a 3.3 second gap to Lager. They've got a back knocker between them. That is Milo in the McLaren. He's going to have to get out of the way here for Lager behind. Blue flags will be waved. There we go, Milo getting out of the way perfectly there for Lager. And that's an example of what you need to do there. Very well done by Milo. But I don't think Lager's going to have an opportunity to get past Claychamp here unless Claychamp makes a mistake through 130R, and I hope I haven't cursed him here. But this is the last time we'll be going through 130R now here in Division 2. We've got another close battle going on down in P12. Look at that, Sergej practically pushing Armobic around the final corner, but back to the race leader, Claychamp, coming down towards the last chicane here. Started the race in P3, didn't get the best, actually got a good start, but lost out with some damage and still made it back to the race lead. He's going to cross the line in P1. What a race there from Claychamp. Lager finishing in P2 once again. Milo is going to cross the line in P15. RMS is going to cross the line in P3. The Devil's Son with yet another great performance. Oh, a bit of a mistake there through the chicane. He's had to take the escape road there. But a great performance from the Devil's Son. Definitely, I think, deserves drive of the day from me. But he's going to cross the line in P4. John Jig is going to cross the line in P5. A good recovery drive from him after facing the wrong way on the exit of 130R. Flash of the lights from him as well. Tim Majusta with another good recovery drive. P6 there for him. Swiss Rolls in P7. Chem Candy is going to cross the line in P8 after qualifying P16. He's made it up 8 positions. That's good to see. Cosmic Mike then finishing in P9. Solid result from him. Likewise for Sniff, going to finish in P10. TTK is going to finish in P11, although that seems to be Zaloba quite close behind. So TTK with some heavy damage, he's going to be able to make it through 130R with enough speed here. Look how close it's going to be. And Zaloba's going to try and have a look through the chicane. He's going to get the move done off track there, but I think that would have got done anyways. But that's quite questionable there between the for Zaloba. We'll see what the stewards think about that one. So Zaloba's going to finish ahead of TTK there. TTK managing to drive through the damage. And he's going to cross the line. Sir Jake. I think he's run out of fuel, has Sir Jake. He's in the pits. Our Mobic's going to cross the line then in P12. That should update once you get the full results here in Division 2. But Sir Jake wasn't able to cross the line. He's not going to... well, he's going to finish in his position once we get the full result. But yeah, that's unfortunate. He's lost quite a lot of positions due to losing or running out of fuel, which I believe is what has happened. But make sure to vote for your driver of the day. Still not a huge amount of votes here. Make sure to do so. There we go, there are the full results here for Division 2. So yeah, Sir Jake down in P14. But there we have it, the race winner, Clay Champ, Largo in P2 and RMS in P3. Make sure to stay tuned for Division 1 up next. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a strive. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a ride. Savannah. Lions gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a ride. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. Generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
You always want what you can't have, and when you have it, you can. But still, my heart, the moment I laid eyes on it. Well, how do you know how you feel? goes so fast, all tied up like a captive. I'm on to you. Used to pay my life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I've no patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Ain't no luck finding real love. Gotta know where to look. Time moves fast, and I've grown up. Yeah, I want to. Used to pay my life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I've no patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger. What can I do to make you stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger.
You got me thinking all I did was wrong. Guess you got all you wanted. Yeah, out of nowhere suddenly you're gone. You'll never be forgotten. Pretending no one is to blame. Too late to reignite our flame. How did I not see you running? How did I get left behind? How did I not see this coming? Guess all you left me run. Guess all you left me run.
welcome back everyone. We're here for Division 1. We've got just under 10 minutes left of this qualifying session, with Bubbles sitting on provisional pole, Melvin in P2 and Viper currently in P3. But let me explain the format here for Division 1. So, we've got a 15-minute qualifying session. Oh, it looks like we've lost someone there. 15-minute qualifying session, then followed by a 1-hour race with a mandatory pit stop. The drivers have to refuel. Refueling time is fixed, so that means no matter how much fuel they put in, their pit stop time will be 25 seconds. But they then have the option to change tyres, which adds an extra 5 seconds to their pit stop time. So we could see some undercuts, even some overcuts going on this race. The drivers are also limited to 2 tyre sets for the entirety of practice, qualifying and race, so they also have to manage their tyres here. So a lot to factor in for Division 1. Let's hope who we've lost we can get back in. I'm not exactly sure who we've lost. Let's double check. I believe... there we go, we've got them back in. It was Nino who we lost. So they're back in then. Now, we had the Drive of the Day voting for Division 2. So now that that is closed, we'll get the results up now. Let's quickly refresh that. So there we go. Those are the results for the Drive of the Day in Division 2. Cosmic Mike taking Drive of the Day then with 3 votes. Sniff on 2, Armovic on 2, and Chem Candy on 2 as well. And 5 of the drivers on 1 vote. Let's see if we can get some more votes here for Division 1. We'll pin the Drive of the Day voting link in the comments once the race begins, and you have the entire race to vote for who you think is the driver of the day, or who your favourite driver is here out on the Division 1 grid. And the voting will close once the last driver crosses the line, so make sure to get your votes in before it closes. But currently Bubbles still on pole. Then the next car across the line will be the number 1 car of Melvin. Was running the McLaren in round 1, but switched to the Lexus at the expense of all his points, so pretty much at the bottom of the leaderboard coming into round 2. But exiting the final corner now, he's got 4 tenths to find here. Bubbles sitting at 2:01.3. Is Melvin going to be able to improve here and take pole position? He does improve, but it's not by much. The next car across the line is the 97 car. That is Ithan. Is he going to be able to improve? Currently 2.3 seconds off, and yes, he does. Improves by about 3 tenths there. So good improvement, but not a huge amount. SVW now coming across the line. Does improve, puts it into P7. So good lap there from SVW. Now we've got the number 9 car of Lely. We know how quick the NG is around Suzuka, but Lely usually driving the Bentley has gone for the Mercedes this season, as the Bentley is full in this division. But what will Lely be able to do as he crosses the line now? Puts it to P7, 1.3 seconds off currently. The next car across the line, we've got a couple there. The 119 car of Nino Tobin crossing the line. I believe that was his outlap. And then the 67 car of Kenny, not able to put in the lap time yet either. Still 5.5 minutes to go left of this qualifying session. But time is definitely running out then. The next car across the line to set a valid lap is Santos in the AMG. Was previously in Division 3 last season, but got promoted to Division 1, and it's definitely proven himself so far. He's going to come across the line. What time is it going to be here for the number 25 AMG? Puts into P4, 8 tenths off. Good lap there for Miss Santos. putting it on the second row. The number 5 car now of Baptista coming across the line, puts it into P3. There we go. Baptista 5.5 tenths off of the provisional pole time set by Bubbles. And sub 201s are definitely possible here, but Bubbles is going to sit in the pits, save his tyres for the race. It's the race that counts here at Suzuka. 1 hour is plenty of time to make moves, and he's got the pit stops as well to factor in. The 97 car, that is Itan, once again crossing the line, jumps up another position into P11, now 1.9 seconds off. But looking further down the field, Seuss in P13 hasn't really been able to get a proper lap in, I believe. The Audi is quite a strong car at Suzuka, but time running out, it's going to be quite tight here for Seuss to get a flying lap in. Yeah, in this qualifying session. The next car across the line, the 67 car, that is indeed Kenny coming to the final corner. Is he going to be able to set a lap time in this qualifying session? He's about to cross the line here. What is it going to be? I think he's going to put in a time. And there we go, puts it to P10, 1.7 seconds off. Manages to get a time in. It's good to see. And the next car is the number 19 car of Kingy, who also hasn't been able to put in a lap time. Currently sitting P2 in the standings, P1 in the standings, sorry, is Kingy. That comes through the final chicane. Exits the final corner now. Is it going to be a lap here for Kingy? If not, he's got one more, or possibly two more chances to set a lap. But he crosses the line, puts it in P10, 1.4 seconds off. And I think he's going to return it to the pits. So not the best qualifying session there for Kingy. But look how close it is once again between the grid. Nino Tobin missed round 1, but he's here for round 2 here at Suzuka. That's possibly an invalid lap there for Nino on the exit of Degner 2. Running Aston Martin here, but hasn't been able to get in a lap time. And I think he's only got one more chance after this to set a lap time. I believe it is invalid. Where is he on the track at the moment? Coming down towards Spoon, so let's hop on someone else. Yes, he is on an invalid lap. So yeah, definitely only has one more chance to set a lap timing, otherwise he'll be starting towards the back. And Howdo in the pits is a reserve driver for tonight, so we'll be starting at the back. He's going to have to be extra careful to not make contact with anyone out on track. We do have penalties for reserve drivers as well, so don't you worry. But the top 3 now into the pits, so that's their qualifying session over. We've still got the number 88 car, that's Oli RSR, coming up towards the final chicane. Is it going to be an improvement for Oli RSR? Let's see. Use a lot of the curb. The Bentley and the Mercedes can both do that. Now coming through the final corner, what's it going to be for Oli RSR as he crosses the line now? And there we go, puts it into P4, second row there for Oli RSR. Very good lap time there, and I'm sure he's going to be happy with that, but he's still got one more chance to get a few more tenths, extract a few more tenths out of that car. Will he be able to do it? The next car, the number 10 Viper, about to cross the line. What's it going to be for Viper? Crossing the line, and does improve, but it's not enough to put it on the second row there. So Viper's qualifying session is over. The number 19 car of Kingy seems to be on an invalid lap, so he seems to be struggling with track limits. Oh no, I think he's actually maybe on an out lap. So if you can get it across the line, which he should be able to, you have one more chance to improve. Tayson Tom in P7 as well, who's coming up towards 130 and now. Let's see if he'll be able to improve. Got 4 Ferraris out on track at the moment, 4 Bentleys, 2 McLarens. Tayson Tom coming through the final chicane now, through the final corner. Is he going to take the tight line? No, he's not. He's going to keep it on the racing line then. But this will be his qualifying session over, and I don't think he's got an improvement There we go, moves to the side of the track, and that's his qualifying session over. Provisionally P7 there for Taste and Tom. Next car across the line will be the 119 car of Nino Tobin. Will he be able to put in a lap time? I think it is valid, but what's it going to be for Nino as he crosses the line? And it is only P16 for Nino, so all the way back at the grid. Unfortunate there for Nino, but the next car across the line is the number 9 car there. Lely puts it into P6. Very good lap time there from Lely. And the last car out of track then is Kingy. Definitely has enough time to finish this lap, and all eyes are going to be on him. He's going to be feeling the pressure here. His last chance to improve. We know Kingy's very good under pressure. He's been in this situation in the race many times. Comes up towards the final chicane. And now across the line, what's it going to be for Kingy? And there we go, does improve by 4/10, I think, but only P9 there for Kingy. And there we have it, the top 8 within a second. And Bubbles putting it on pole position, 2:01.3. Melvin on the front row with him in P2, and Baptista in P3 in this qualifying session. But make sure to stay tuned, we'll be back very shortly for the race, where we have a 1 hour race, and the driver of the day voting will be open then as well, so make sure to have a look at that. here we go then on the formation lap for Division 1. Once again a fast track and 23 degrees temperature. We saw Bubbles taking pole position in the qualifying session with Melvin P2 lining up on the front row. On the second run we have Baptista and Oliarasar and Viper and Lily on the third row as well. Very close in this qualifying session, not as close as we had it in Hungaroring, but that is expected with Suzuka being a much bigger track. But Bubbles, as we know, using the SimZone setups for the Bentley. Now if you're not aware, we do have setups on our website. There we go, it's just come up there for you. So setups on our website, the simzone.com/shop, has been rated 5 stars by many of our drivers here at the SimZone, so make sure to check them out. If you are struggling with setups, they do work wonders. But here we go, drivers are going to be lining up side by side now, getting ready for the race start. The driver of the day voting is now open, so be sure to check that out. There is a pinned comment in the comments box, so you definitely won't miss it. But for the 25 people watching, make sure to like the stream, subscribe if you are new. Let's see if we can get 30 or 40 likes here on this stream. Here we go, getting ready for the race start now as we approach the start-finish straight. It's not going to be an easy one for these drivers. Let's hope they can keep it clean into turn 1. You can very faintly see the start line there, just after the start-finish line, I believe, and they will be green once they cross it now. There we go, we are green, and Bubbles off to a good start. Immediately moves over to the middle of the track, covers off, and he moves that Melvin, or the drivers behind, would make. And Bubbles with a very, very good start actually. We haven't actually seen anyone move across to the middle. They've usually been side by side coming down towards turn 1, but we've got a BMW off there, a Mercedes off there. Looks like a few people taken to the grass there, but there's been no collisions somehow. They've managed to avoid each other. But yeah, not sure what happened there. We're going side by side through these S's. Let's hope they don't make it 3 wide. 3 wide is not what you want to see through these S's at all. And there's been contact there. I think Zeus getting tagged on the rear end. Actually, no, there doesn't seem to be any damage. I think he may have just caught too much of the curb, but not quite sure here with so many cars very, very close to each other. Howardo trying to get through, but he's going to be side by side there with the McLaren, and he's off the track there. Howardo needs to be careful. He's only a reserve, but he's slotted up and gained a position. I think that's going to be track limits though. But Zeus, not the best of races here, best of starts, sorry, here at Suzuka, and a bit squirrely there on the brakes coming down towards the hairpin. Look how many cars we've got. This is how competitive Division 1 is. But we go back to the race lead. Bubbles leading the race here, but he's not been able to pull away significantly just yet. Melvin very close behind, and likewise Baptista, Oliarasar, Viper, and Taste and Tom all very, very close. That Lexus is going to have some very good straight line speed here coming down towards 130R compared to that Bentley. But here we go, down towards the chicane for the first time here in this race. Both those drivers not using the curb on the inside. They do use the second curb, so just trying to open up the corner a bit more. It looks like Melvin is going to have to go defensive here coming down towards turn 1. Baptista very, very close. You can barely even see that Bentley, and the Bentley is a very, very big car. But no, not close enough to get the move down towards turn 1. Oliarasar sitting in P4, very close to these drivers just up ahead. Likewise Viper and Taste and Tom. But you can see the track map on your bottom right hand corner of the screen, how close the grid still is. Bubbles leads this race still. Let's look further down the field then. Lely in P10. Not the best start from him. We saw him on the grass into turn 1. Kenny right behind him in P11. That's Misantos in P12. Also, he's got some damage, some slight damage on the rear end of that Mercedes. I don't think it's going to be affecting him at all. It just seems to be superficial there. Coming through the Degners now. Kenny there in the Mercedes sandwich. Look at the drivers behind. Look how close they are. That's Nino, Haldo, Seuss, Deedee and Ethan all very, very close. Let's have a look at this battle going on. Let's see if we can get an onboard here from Ethan. Just see what's going on up ahead. He's got a perfect view of this. Here we go. Let's get an onboard here with Ethan. Let's see. He's got Deedee just up ahead. The two McLaren drivers running P17 and P16. Suzuka not really a McLaren track. But one of the drivers off on the grass, and that's Haldo on the grass, and he comes back on track there, just making contact with Nino and with Seuss as well. Haldo, has caused a huge accident, the reserve driver, and I think that's going to be a race ban definitely for Haldo. That's not what we want to see at all. Just rejoins the track, and I think that's one more reason not to have reserves in Division 1, so I think we're going to have to scrap that then. But yeah, Seuss, he's not going to be happy with that at all. Where is he on track at the moment? Look at that, he's got severe damage, and I think he's going to struggle to get that returned to the pits. But yeah, Haldo making contact with the drivers, not what we want to see at all. And I think Seuss's race has just gone from bad to worse here. Haldo continues their very dangerous rejoin from him. We'll go back to the race lead, and actually, while we've been looking further down the field, Melvin is taking the race lead here. Bubbles into P2 now. Oliarasar and Baptista follow. The top four contain 3 Bentleys, with a Lexus leading the race. So some of the biggest cars leading the race here at Suzuka. Very good BOP for the Lexus this track, and the Bentleys seem to be doing very well. Likewise, Seuss now into the pits is going to have to repair that damage, and that's really unfortunate for Seuss. Just got caught up in that wrong place, wrong time, but still we can pick up some good points here for this race. It's still very early on, and other drivers can make similar mistakes. But Melvin leading the race here. Bubbles trying to hold on. Oliarasar in P3, but Baptista very, very close here, coming down towards 130R. And Bubbles has made a huge mistake there on the exit of 130R. He's lost 2 positions. He's lost a position to Oliarasar and Baptista, so he's now down in P4. The race leader, he's into the pits as well, so that's interesting. Not sure what's happened there to Bubbles. It's a very early pit stop outside of the pit window. And the pit window opens in 13 minutes, so he's got plenty of time. So really not sure what's happened there to Bubbles, but maybe fuel or even damage he has to now come into the pits to repair. But here we go. Back to the race leader. Melvin's got a 2-second lead. Then we've got 3 cars into the pits now. Ethan also into the pits, so he must have picked up some damage as well. Bubbles is off the jacks, now back onto the track, so that's good to see. Seuss still in the pits. Let's hope he can get back out on the track. I know he's going to have some hefty damage after that collision, but not sure what's happened to Ethan. He was towards the back, so maybe he lost the car himself there. Now, look at the gap that Melvin's been able to open up, but still Oliarasar and Baptista very, very close to each other. looks like Ithan has retired from the race. Unfortunate there. Let's hope he can get back in to the lobby, otherwise it's going to be a DNF for Ithan. Su still in the pits. Might even be a DNF for him as well. But Lely now closing the gap to Nino Tobin. Oh no, sorry, yes. Lely closing the gap to Nino Tobin just up ahead. And he's got some damage on the front of that AMG. But Kingy, let's have a look at him. Oh, what's happened to Nino there? Had to take the escape road. Outbroke himself there into the chicane. And he's having to rejoin the track now. And for some reason, into the pits as well. So we've got two drivers, Lely and Nino, into the pits. What's going on here? No, none of them are stopping within the pit window. This is quite interesting. There is certainly a pit window. Let's just double check this, that we've put it on correctly. Yes, there is a pit window here, but for some reason, oh, there we go, Seuss has now retired. And down to 14 drivers. Yeah, really not sure what's happened here in this race. I think we've also lost Nino. Yeah, retirement there from Nino. It's not what we like to see from the drivers at all, especially Division 1. His retirements are not great. I'd definitely be going against them as they lose license points for that. But Melvin's still leading the race. And now through 130R we go. Tasting Tom has... Oh, Bubbles back into the pits once more. What's happened to Bubbles? Lely back out on track, so that's good to see. But Bubbles... Oh, you can see that he's seems to be struggling with the car. Oh, he's hit the wall once again. Severe damage on that Bentley. A lot of these drivers struggling with this track today. Here we go, Kingy now in P6, closing the gap to Hoshi up in front. Bubbles starting on poles, down P14 now. He's going to have to repair his car once more. But here we go, 3-car battle for P4. Viper leading this train, followed by Hoshi, and then Kingy in P... But here we go, 3-car battle, as we were saying. The gap at the top is still around 2 seconds, but Kingy not able to get past these two. Hoshi having to defend now. Viper likewise defending from Hoshi behind in the Aston. But Bubble's not happy with the car at the moment, apparently. Had to repair some damage. And look at that, Kingy practically pushing Hoshi around. really applying the pressure early on in this race. We're only 13 minutes in. And a pit window opens in just under 7 minutes. But now these two battling, Hoshi and Kingy battling. Viper's been able to pull a slight gap to these two in front. To these two behind, sorry. These three still going strong. Bring up the onboards if we can. Top right is Melvin on your screen. Bottom right is Baptista, who's within a second of Oli Arsar, P2 and P3 at the moment. But these three are the ones we want to be watching. Looks like Miss Santos is actually very close to Howdo. Howdo with some heavy damage on the front of that AMG. And yeah, I think it's going to be not even a race ban for Howdo, probably even a season ban. We'll leave that to the stewards to deal with. Now the gap between these two down to less than a second. But let's go back to this 3-car battle. Let's bring the onboard side by side here. And looks like Baptista very, very close to Oli Arsar coming through turn 1. The onboard is slightly behind, so just bear that in mind. Bit of a rhyme there as well. But Kingy not able to get past yet. As we flick to him now. Still stuck behind Hoshi, but he's playing the long game here. We know Kingy is very, very good at doing that. He did that at round 1 in Hungaroring, waited for the pit stops and got the jump. Here we go, these three still battling out. It's Baptista not able to get past Oli Arsar just yet. Two Bentleys fighting out for P2. And as a result, Melvin's been able to open up the gap. That is Hoshi very wide through Spoon. He's lost a position there to Kingy, so Kingy's patience has paid off very, very well. And now coming down towards 130R, he's going to set his sights on Viper just up ahead. Gap between those two, just a second, plenty of time to close that down. And pit window is almost open here at Suzuka. The track is now optimum as well, so we've got some more grip out on track. We'll look further down. Miss Santos trying to get past Howdo here. Howdo carrying some heavy damage. But Miss Santos having a look up the inside, coming down towards turn 1, had to back out of that. Very, very close. The two Mercedes drivers battling out here for P9 and P10. Let's hope Howdo can keep it clean. Now, Howdo holding on a bit wide there on the exit of the hairpin. Assetto's not able to make anything of it, but no, Howdo into the wall, and he's going to pick up some he's going to pick even more damage up as a result, and he's going to have to either return that to the pits or try and bring it back. No, he's left the session. Okay, that's definitely going to be a ban there, a season ban for Howdo. Not happy on track, and I'm sure the stewards will agree. But going back to the battle, let's go back on board, back to the big screen here, to the battle for P2. Oliver having to defend heavily now from Baptista. Baptista's reeling him in every single lap. We're so early on into this race, Baptista may have to go for an undercut here to get past Oliver. Bentley being one of the biggest cars here in the GT3 category. But here we go, these two still very, very close, and Oliver has lost the position, just sorting something out there, and Oliver has lost the position to Baptista, is now trying to fight back here. He's not able to get past, and there we go, Baptista up into P2. Look further down the field, Viper in P. Now watching Kingy down towards the not hairpin chicane, very close to Viper. He's reeled in that gap, and Hoshi dropping back lap after lap here. You can see Bubbles a few laps down there, going to try and unlap himself. He's entitled to do so as long as he can pull away, and I'm sure he can. But down to the battle for P9, the two Ferraris, Stace and Tom and Kenny battling out here, coming down towards the chicane. Kenny taking a lot more curb there than Tayson Tom, and he's able to do that. But Tayson Tom now diving into the pits as soon as the pit window opens. We've been about a minute into the pit window actually, so not too long, but into the pits straight away. The first driver to serve their mandatory stop. Kenny now into clean air, although that is the Mercedes of Lely just up in front. I'm sure some of these drivers are going to be happy there's a drop round this season. So some of the drivers that have retired from this race will be happy to know that. But here we go, back to the race. Melvin, the race leader, now to the pits with Baptista and OSR, are now going to take provisional race lead here for this race. And let's see if Melvin can get the car stopped in his box. Kingy now into the pits as well, following him in. So that leaves Baptista, OSR, Viper and Hoshi out on track. But Viper, 8.5 seconds back to OLSR in P2. But let's see, Melvin and Kingy now both in their boxes. We'll see how the pit stops play out in this race. Baptista still leading the race. He can't rule out OLSR at the moment. He's still hot on his tail in the early stages of this race. And oh, a bit of a mistake there from OLSR on the exit of Degner 2. I'm a bit wide there. It's going to be a track limit warning unless he is able to lift on the exit. He has to be careful here. We haven't seen any drive-throughs so far in Division 3 or Division 2. And let's hope we don't see any drive-throughs in Division 1. Melvin now has come out in clean air, so it's been a good pit stop, a good call there for Melvin. But we don't know if he's changed tyres or not, and if he has, he's gonna have to go through this new set of boots that he's put on for another 35 minutes. And for the Lexus, it's not easy to do. We know the Lexus is quite harsh, quite hard on the tyres. But yeah, Baptista opening the gap now to OLSR. Viper into the pits for his mandatory stop. And you got Lars in the chat. That was Bubbles saying, not sure what happened to the car. Snap oversteer while doing nothing wrong. Maybe something wrong with his steering wheel. Possibly could have been, or yeah, maybe some equipment fault there. Jahendo in the comments, good to see Jahendo here. Jan saying there's no Porsche in Division 1. Let's just double check that if there are any on the drivers list. There are 2 Porsches on the drivers list, both of them not being able to make it here today, unfortunately. But we hope to see them next round for Donington Park. The Porsche's quite good at Donington, in fact, so I'll definitely be wanting to attend then. Gap at the top increasing now, 1.5 seconds between Baptista and OLSR. Ollie may want to think about pitting now, get the new set of tyres on, or his second set. He might even be on his new set now, and he'll have to go on to his used set that he used in quali for his pit stop, but we'll have a look. The gap's actually coming back down now. 1.3 seconds could be the concertina effect, but we'll wait to see once they cross the next sector line. We're coming down towards sector 2 now, and the gap between the two is back up to 1.4. You can see that both drivers using a lot of the curb on the inside. I thought OLSR made a mistake there, but the gap seems to be slightly bigger between the two now. Deedee into the pits for his mandatory stop. Melvin still out in clean air, hasn't got anyone behind him or anyone in front of him. This is going to be good points here for Melvin. Viper behind Kingy, he's about 4.7 seconds behind. So he's lost quite a lot of time during the pit stops, even before they were battling for position at one point. They were within a second of each other. But the gap has increased between the two. Kenny currently running in P6, has Letty out in front, who is a few laps down. But here we go. Oh, Oliver into the pits. And maybe putting on a new set of rubber here for his second stint. That will last him half an hour easily. And that could give him the advantage. But with Baptista going out long, and if he puts on a new set of tyres towards the end of the race, he's going to be lower on fuel, lighter car, and with even fresher tyres, so he could be playing the long game here, trying to get some moves done towards the end of the race. But that puts Hoshi up into provisional P2 now. We saw Hoshi battling out with Kingy and Viper for position. So let's see. Hoshi was quite a way back behind those two after before pitting, sorry. So maybe going out long could gain him some time. Although Kingy currently in clean air, likewise is Viper. Both of them haven't really had to battle anyone. But we'll see how good their pit stops were. SVW just 3.5 seconds back to Hoshi actually. So he's gaining on Hoshi in this race. We are halfway into the race now. Baptista, the race leader, now into the pits. Where is Oliver coming up towards Spoon? So it's going to be very close between these two, I think. Baptista not yet into his pit box, bouncing down the pit lane there. And he stops. Now, let's see when he gets raised up onto the jacks. So no pit crew animation here, unfortunately, but I don't think we can. Yeah, I don't think we can tell, but I think it's a very good stop there from Baptista. Where is Oliver? He is only 3.8 seconds back to Melvin, so a mistake from Melvin could cost him the race lead here. He still can't rule out Oliver. You can see they're just exiting the chicane and through the final corner. Now Oliver coming through the final corner. Baptista hasn't got going yet. Is he going to be able to jump him in the pits? Let's see. Baptista's got moving. Oliver coming down the start finish straight. It's going to be very close between the two. I think Oliver has actually got the move done in the pit stop, so very well done there from Oliver. Got the undercut and it worked. But the question is, has Ollie changed tyres? And I don't think he actually has. So Baptista may be on the fresher set here, and Ollie maybe on his used set. Let's see what the gap is between those two. We know changing tyres is an extra 5 seconds in the pit, so if the gap's around 4 or 5 seconds, we know that Ollie hasn't changed tyres and his undercut has worked. Let's see, they're across the next sector line now, and the gap is 3.6 seconds, so either it was pit stops or it was no tyre change for Oliver. We'll see how quickly the gap comes down between those two, and then we can for sure make a judgment if if the tyres were changed or not. The only... Oh, still 4 drivers yet to make their mandatory pit stop. Lely, Bubbles, Hoshi and Misantos. But there we go. As soon as I say that, Hoshi into the pits. Misantos still out on track, so he's going to keep it out for long. Let's see where Hoshi comes out compared to SVW. Those two weren't too far off of each other before the pits. Around about 3.5 seconds, I believe they were. Phil in the comments saying, showing his support for Hoshi. And make sure, if you haven't done already, to vote for your driver of the day or your favourite driver of this race. I know a few of them have retired, unfortunately. The gap between Melvin and Oliversar is actually coming down, 2.8 seconds now, and Baptista still 3.8 seconds, around about 3.5 to 4 seconds off of Oliversar. But let's see where Hoshi is. He's coming out the pits now. SVW down the start finish straight. Hoshi's going to be out in front, but it's going to be much closer than it was, I think. Actually, no, it might not be as close as we thought between these two. SVW is going to carry more speed coming through turns 1 and 2. The gap between these two might still be around 2 to 3 seconds now. And we've got some dirt being kicked up into the air. That is Viper in the Ferrari. He's made a huge mistake there. He's going to lose positions to Hoshi and SVW. Maybe got onto the curb a bit too much. The car just bouncing over the grass as we saw. And that's the problem with the Ferrari. It doesn't like the curbs as much as some of these other cars. Viper used to drive the Lexus from last season, completely monster the curbs. But the Ferrari is completely is the opposite, and there we go, huge oversteer there from Viper on the exit of Degner 2, just clattering the wall on the inside. There's going to be some heavy damage there for Viper. He's got some work to do if he wants to catch up to SVW and Hoshi. Misantos and Bubbles into the pits. Bubbles has been there for... I'm not sure how long he's been in there for, actually. It might be quite a while. Let's hope he can get back out on track, otherwise he's not going to score any points here. Oh, there we go. He's been dropped from the jacks and he's got going. So it was a regular pit stop then from Bubbles, I believe. Yeah, it definitely was a regular pit stop there for Bubbles. Now remember, if you are watching the stream, make sure to like and subscribe if you are new. The gap between Oliversar and Melvin is coming down. We're definitely going to see these two close towards the end of the race. The Lexus is struggling on its tyres here. We know this is a high tyre wear track, high downforce track, and the Lexus is absolutely horrible on its tyres. And this is evident here by the delta decreasing in the second stint. It's down to 1.9 seconds now. Oliversar is really closing in this gap. He's reeling him in inch by inch every single corner. Melvin's going to be sweating here for the second half of this race. Now we look down to the gap between Misantos and Hoshi. Gap just under 4/10 between these two. Hoshi looking good here. Very strong pace Hoshi has here in at Suzuka. The Aston, quite a good car at Suzuka, surprisingly. But a bit of a mistake there from Misantos. Likewise Hoshi, a bit of a wiggle on the exit. You can see Viper in the background just exiting the hairpin. He's just under 5 seconds back to these two. But he's going to be catching them at a rate of knots if they continue to battle as they are. Now the gap between Melvin and Oliversar down to 1.8 seconds, so another 10th being eaten out. That delta between the two down to 1.6. Oli Arsar is closing that gap by almost half a second every lap here. Lexus completely eating up its tyres. I'm sure there's going to be some severe or moderate graining on those front tyres of the Lexus. It does come down to driving style and setup as well, but the fact that the Lexus is known to have bad what's it called? It's known to shred its tyres quite quickly. It doesn't help the fact that Melvin is losing time as well. Jan saying Lely has to make his mandatory pit stop. Yes, he does. Where is Lely out of track? Is he going to make it in time? He should be able to make it in time here. He just has to cross the pit entry line before the pit window timer hits 0. But he's got plenty of time to make that pit window. He's timed it to perfection, has Lely. But yeah, he's going to have to make another pit stop here. And I think it's going to be it might be quite close between Lely and Bubbles. Whether they're on the same lap or not, I don't know at this point. Here we go, Lely now into the pits for his mandatory stop. Go back to the race. The battle for the lead is under a second between the two. Melvin's going to have to defend for his life now. What we thought would be an easy win here for Melvin is not turned out to be so. He's now facing some pressure from Oli Arsar. He's got 20 minutes left of the race. Plenty of time for Oli Arsar to go for a move. So Melvin's going to have to do some heavy defending here. And I think he's going to have to park the bus, as they call it, for the rest of this race, really. But Oli Arsar, with his consistent pressure, I'm sure Melvin's not going to be liking that huge Bentley in his rear view mirrors at all. These two very, very close now on the exit of Degna 2. You can see the Lexus starting to understeer slightly. Baptista in the background, just 3 seconds back. If these two continue battling as they are, Baptista's going to be involved in it as well, and we'll see a 3-car battle for the lead towards the end of this race, and maybe even sooner than that, because Melvin is really having to drive defensively here, and they're going to be losing lap time and time to Baptista every single corner, every single lap. They have to keep battling. You see there, the Lexus has now got this long straight to try and open up the gap, but the Bentley's going to have the slipstream, the tow, coming up towards 130 yards. It's going to help to keep the Bentley there. Let's see what the delta is. Yeah, down to 2.5 seconds, so it is definitely coming down. Melvin not really using any of that exit curb. Maybe doesn't want to risk it. You can see the Bentley of Oli Arsar bouncing over those curbs, and he's practically glued to that rear bumper of Melvin. And I think Melvin's going to have to go defensive down towards turn 1. Yes, he does. He's going to have to cover that inside. Is Oli Arsar going to look up the inside? There is space, but no, I think he's going to have a look on the outside, back over to the racing line. And Melvin's been able to hold on there. Oli Arsar not able to get past just yet, but Baptista reeling these two in now. The gap is 1.8 seconds. This can be quite spicy here towards the end. Hoshi now within a second, still within a second to Miss Santos, but not able to get that move done. Let's look down the two Ferraris. Look at this, the 4 Ferraris, P7, P8, P9 and P10. But it's Viper and SVW right now who are side by side. Viper's actually lost the position to SVW, so Viper's made a huge mistake somewhere. He's going to have another look down the inside, coming down towards turn 1. And this is where it gets exciting. Is Viper able to Oh no, sorry, it's Tace and Tom. Tace and Tom and SVW side by side, but Tace and Tom up a position on SVW, and there we go. Good move there by Tace and Tom. Let's switch back to the race lead quickly, and oh, that is Ollie Arsar round. So we're not sure what happened there, but Ollie Arsar facing the wrong way, and Melvin continues with the race lead. So maybe a mistake there from Ollie Arsar. Let's see. He doesn't seem to have any damage. I think it may have made an error there. He's got some damage on the front of the car, so maybe made contact with Melvin, but we're not quite sure what happened. Can't really speculate at the moment. But that's not helped with the battle for the lead. And Baptista! Oh, so there has been contact. Baptista now takes the race lead. Ollie Arsar may be coming into contact with Melvin, and now Baptista leads this race. What an unexpected turn of events here in Division 1. 16 minutes left of the race, and Baptiste is going to pull away here with 4 seconds to Melvin in P2. We know Melvin was struggling with tyre wear, so this could be a very good result for Baptiste after, unfortunately, having some equipment issues the last time out at Hungaroring. He was in the top 3, I believe, at Hungaroring until he had an issue with his wheel and dropped right down the order. But so far there's been 6 votes for the driver of the day. Make sure for those 18 people that are watching to vote for your driver of the day. Let's see if you can get all 18 to vote. Just 15 minutes left of the race. And the field slightly spaced out now after that little drama. Bubbles has retired from the race then. And I think that's going to be his drop round out the window then. Or this will be his drop round. Unfortunately, of starting on pole position and didn't get the best start. Had quite a lot of damage as well after losing the car a few times. With 12 drivers out on track now. Kingy up into P4 after starting P10. He's gained quite a few positions here. But yeah, retiring not going to go well against some of these drivers' license points. And as you know, picking up a certain amount of penalties in terms of license points can give you qualifying bans, race bans, etc. So yeah, retiring is not what we want to see here at all. Especially with not long left of the race to go. Would have been good points there for Bubbles. But there is a drop round, and we'll be having to use it here for Suzuka. Kingy just 4 seconds back to Ollie Arsar in front. I say just, it's not going to be easy to catch Ollie up in front. Viper now 2.5 seconds back to Hoshi's, making his way back after the mistake he made. We saw on the exit of Degner 2, I believe it was. Gap down now to 2 seconds. This will be another battle towards the end of the race. Stuart in the comments saying Lenny is definitely out of his comfort zone in the AMG. Both drive the Bentley. Stuart, also known as Lager, driving in Division 2 at the moment. But yeah, the Bentley probably more stable than the Mercedes. But the Mercedes, once you get used to it, definitely one of the faster cars, especially around Suzuka. It's got the best BOP, one of the best BOP round here. I believe in the practice I did a sub 201. So it's definitely possible. You just have to have the right setup and get used to the car as well. But we saw there Hoshi with a mistake on the exit of the Degners as well. Those two corners, those two right-handers seem to be where most people are making their mistakes. Fortunately Bubbles has an injury, so that's what it would have been. So I hope he can recover soon. But Viper definitely closing the gap to Hoshi, back down to 3 seconds. It did go up after the Degners, but back down to 2.3 actually. So we're really seeing the times come down, and Hoshi's struggling towards the end of this race now. Running a nice colour scheme on that Aston Martin number 15. And a bit wide there through turns 1 and 2. That's really going to help Viper. That's going to play in his favour. There, Hoshi using a lot of the exit curb, which is what you can do. And it's advised to do. That is the racing line there, but look, the gap is definitely less than a second between these two now. And likewise, looking at the gap between Melvin and Oliasar once again, the gap has come down between those two down to 2.6 seconds, so we could see those two battling out, and if they get close enough, Kingy should be able to reel them in as well. But at the moment we're watching Hoshi and Viper. And a mistake there from Hoshi once again. We've seen Aston struggle on the exit Degner 2. Pretty much everyone we've seen struggle there. Degner's not the easiest corners. But here we go, Hoshi. Having to defend from Viper coming through Spoon. You can see there Hoshi's slightly wide, Viper with a better exit, and he's on the back of him already. He's going to have the slipstream coming down towards 130R, but I don't think he's going to get the move done here. Could he get the move done into the chicane? There we go, Hoshi going defensive, keeping kind of in the middle of the track, but now through 130R we go down towards the chicane. Viper's not going to get this move done into these final few corners. He's going to have to sit back for now. And the gap between Melvin and Oliasar, 1.8 seconds. It's coming down. Kingy losing some time to Oliasar now. But still watching this battle. Not really much going on. Baptista still leading the race with a comfortable lead. Melvin in P2, but he's going to be facing some pressure from Ollie. Hoshi doing a good job though. He seems to have picked up the pace now that Viper has been applying the pressure. A bit of a tighter line there for Viper, but the Ferrari seems to be able to get through there nicely. And now through the Degners, this is where we saw Hoshi make the mistake last time on the Degner 2. But he's kept it clean now. And Taysom Tom behind, just 5 seconds back. Could also be in contention for P7 or P6, but slightly wide there for Hoshi on the exit of the hairpin. Viper not able to capitalise on that yet, but coming down towards Spoon. Hoshi back on the racing line. And still, as it were, Hoshi in P6, Viper in P7. You can see Taysom Tom in the background there, just entering Spoon. Let's quickly go back to the battle for P2. Oliasar now within a second to Melvin. Melvin's going to have to defend very heavily here. And for the last 7 minutes he needs Oliarasar to make a mistake, but that's going to be track limits there for Melvin, picking up a warning possibly for that. We're not sure how many warnings he's on, but there's no way of us telling. And Lely back into the pits, so we're really struggling with that AMG here at Suzuka. Doesn't seem to have any damage, so I assume it's possibly fuel for Lely. It may be fuel here for Lely with just 6 minutes left to go. There'd be no other reason really for him to pit, but back to this battle we go. Come through the final corner. Oliarasar very, very close there. Bentley hidden behind Melvin's Lexus. Now coming down towards turn 1. Ollie's having a look down the inside. Very fast corner. Turns 1 and 2. So not a heavy braking zone. So he's not able to get that his nose down the inside then. And Melvin's only got a few more laps to go. Baptista 7.3 seconds up ahead, so we might have 3 more laps here. We'll have to see. Melvin now fighting for his life, defending for his life. Oliarasar eager to get this move done. He's had the pace, had a good qualifying position as well. Now coming through the Degners, both those huge cars bouncing over the inside curb, able to do that. And now on the exit, using enough curb, bit of a wiggle there from Oliarasar. He's held it together though, and hasn't lost any time surprisingly. Now down towards the hairpin, Melvin going defensive. Oliarasar trying to go for the switchback here. Hoshi and Viper as well, battling it out. Viper's got up ahead of Hoshi, so Viper up into P6, Hoshi down into P7. But back to this battle. Melvin holding on here. Let's go on board with Oliarasar. Let's get a good view of this. Oh, actually, before we do that, had a look up the inside towards Spoon. Melvin running slightly wide there. We'll go on board now. So we can get a good view of what's going on. Here we go on board with Oliarasar now coming through 130R. You can see how much speed the Bentley is able to carry there compared to the Lexus. And on the brakes, Oliarasar much later on the brakes, still side by side. He's going to have to back out of that. Try and focus on the exit here. You can see the car just bouncing over the curbs. Not able to get that drive traction you need down the straight. But Melvin saw that. I think he was going to break the slipstream, decided not to. Down towards turn 1. Lexus seems a bit quicker on entry. Oliarasar with some understeer there into turns 1 and 2. So I'm not able to get past yet. Now down towards Degner 2, you can see Bentley is much quicker, but not able to get past yet. Now down towards the hairpin, Melvin braking slightly earlier, but I think Oliarasar a bit late. No, goes for the late apex, but just can't get this move done. I think we only have one more lap after this. Where is Baptista? Yeah, we're only going to have one more lap after this. So it's going to be very close, very tough for Melvin and Oliarasar. Lely in the pits, he still pick up points though. He's completed it 75% of the race. Now down towards 130R. And Melvin running slightly wide there. Maybe even another track limit warning, or could be no time gained. You can see Ollie has closed the gap once again to Melvin there.
Okay.
At the leader. There we go. Now on the final lap. So Baptista leading this race. 28 laps. They're going to come around to complete 29, I believe. Or this will be the 28th lap. We shall see. Ollie also having a look up the inside towards turn 1. There's no space there. Melvin shuts the door. Hoshi and Tayson Tom are now within a second as well, but we're continuing to watch this battle. Ollie's still not able to get past. Let's get a rear view wing cam here on Melvin. There we go, on board the Lexus. Ollie looking left and right, trying everything he can on this last lap to get past. He's going to really need to put the pressure here on Melvin. He's going to have a look coming down towards the hairpin. I think this is going to be his best chance yet this race to get a move done. No, he had to back out, and once again on the outside there, not able to get anything done. The time is running out. We're approaching Sector 3 down towards Spoon. Sector 3 obviously after Spoon, up towards 130R, but towards the end of this lap, and Melvin defending for his life, and as a result Fresh King has been able to close the gap. He's just behind, only a few more laps, and I think he'd be right stuck into this battle. But Baptista coming through 130R now. He's going to come through the chicane for the last time. Melvin now down towards the chicane as well. I think he's going to hold on here, but Baptista crossing the line. P1 there for Baptista. Very good finish, good points for the championship as well.
The leader has finished
Crosses
the
the
race.
line in P1. Melvin's going to take the tight line down towards the finish line, finishing in P2. Oliasa wasn't able to get past, but what a show they put on. Finishes in P3. Does Ole. Kingy comes home in P4. Miss Santos is going to finish in P5. Here we go. Viper is going to finish in P6 with Hoshi behind in P7, managing to hold off Tayson Tom just about. So P8 for Tayson Tom. SVW coming through the final chicane now in P9. There we go. P9 for SVW, weaving across the start-finish line. Seems to be happy with that result. DD through the final corner now is going to finish in P10, and Kenny is going to finish in P11. There we have it. Those are the race results. Unfortunately, we had quite a few drivers retiring. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drivers retiring this one. Mainly due to one driver, unfortunately. But there we go. Baptista winning your race here at Suzuka. Melvin in P2 and Oliarasar in P3. Thanks for watching. Make sure to tune in for the PC events that we have. I believe the next one is on the 8th, which is a Wednesday, which is the 90 minutes of Bathurst. That will be sunrise as well, so be sure to tune in for that. And until then, have a good evening, and we'll see you then. Good night.